generation. In case you never know, we heading to the call of our past heroes. Monsters are killing us, pressing silent, but we know that this is war. Everybody know, they know, you know. Then we know they don't want us to be free, cause we got it all. Part of this is Steven. Then we go. Every inch and every mile they think we never go. Cause we need a freedom. In case you never know, we're heading to the call of our past heroes. Freedom. We demand a freedom. Tell the Babylon say. Jano. Tell the Babylon say. Hona.
It's forward ever, back never. No more telling them. Forward ever, back never.
We are the indigenous Biafrans. In case you never know, we are the chosen generation. In case you never know, we heading to the call of our past heroes. Monsters are killing us, pressing silent, but we know that this is war. Everybody know, they know, you know. Then we know they don't want us to be free, cause we got it all. Part of this is Steven. Then we go. Every inch and every mile they think we never go. Cause we need a freedom. We want a freedom. We want a freedom. We demand a freedom. Tell the Babylon say. Jano. Tell the Babylon say. Hona. Of time, suffering and tribulation, yeah. Marginalization and lies. They never wanna see us survive. The government, they always steal and kill. They wanna blow the candlelight of generations young. I feel the pain, but I believe in letter day. Biafra, the sunshine of God. I say no place like home. No place like home. Yeah. No turning back, no going back, no turning back till we take our own back. Freedom, we want our freedom. Give us our freedom. We taking our freedom from the evil men. I know you know. But never. Go tell all of them now. What the hell will I do now? Missing again. I said missing again. Cause this is revolution. I said this is revolution. Simple as that song I said. Yes, it's all we want. It's all we need. I cannot exercise their love. It's better for us to die.
Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ maazị Nnamdi Kanu aka asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ osisi ahụ fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe asị m ikuku futuo gị anya ọbụla fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịrị asị m alịrị akọ ya n'anya onye fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na belede nyiri dike belede ka o ji amawa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dadị ukwu ose elu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu na ọkwa nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya asị m na eje anabụ isi ije asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwa asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụrụ eje nkụ n'udo asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welele asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu n'efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo n'ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori ya ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa
ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra land. Today is the 8th day of December 2022. Before I continue, let me play our national anthem, please.
mmụọ ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra. Asị m unu binyenu, asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a, ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a, ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori ya, ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule. Asị m dododo igirigi ọgụ mmụọ.
A special broadcast. Therefore, please, in no distant time, they will be joining me. Therefore, lend me your ears so that you listen to this special broadcast. Remember, we have enemies abound everywhere. Remember that we are fighting for our survival. Discipline is needed. Look at what is happening in Enugu. Do you know that this evening, that Omar Musa, that GOC, that Fulani terrorist that was sent, or that is sent and is still there, Omar Musa, Major General Omar Musa, I know they are all paper general. He has ordered for shoot at sight in Ohamufu in Enugu. Do you know the reason? Please, I don't know why my dashboard just turned orange. I don't know whether my voice is coming out. I think my voice is coming out. Why should okay, I must continue because my voice is coming out irrespective of my dashboard turning orange instead of green. It has been green since ever. Therefore, this man, the GOC, Omar Musa, okay, I'm clear, yeah. That General Omar Musa, that Fulani terrorist in 82 Division, listen to what happened. He has ordered for shoot at sight this evening at Enugu, communities in Enugu. And the people are being massacred, our people. Innocent people. Do you know the reason? Because of what happened, the Fulani onslaught, terrorist onslaught, which they championed, this man in particular, because this man was rejected in every other part of the zoo, because they know his record. Everybody, even in Lagos, in Yoruba land, they know his record. Therefore, they made sure to pursue him, even from Yoruba land. And lo and behold, our useless governors, they accepted him because they are not working for our interests. They accepted this man in our land. He used to come with his armada of terrorist gangs, terrorists, Fulani terrorists. Now, the slaughtering in Enugu, our gallant people, they now confronted them. Listen to what happened. They confronted them and even captured some of them alive. Because we are Biafrans. This man sent another set of troops, Nigerian troops, in order to go and rescue those captured. What I'm telling you is what is unfolding. And those people that were being sent, those Fulani soldiers that were being sent, they were also, awakuha, unsupposedly water, awakuha in a normal way. All these things are happening, and these people, these terrorists, were also overpowered. And now this man went basic. This man, let me tell you, the people he's sending, these are the Fulani terrorists. They are calling bandits. They are armed to the teeth. Now this man went basic and now ordered the whole Nigerian military in that community to kill anybody they see. Because the terrorists he sent, I'm not telling you about even uniform terrorists. He sent the Fulani terrorists. And you know, anything we see in our bush, it becomes bushmeat. 2 times. And this man, he went to Besek. And now he ordered shoot aside. Now the question there is, why is it that this man, why is it that whenever the Fulani terrorists are killing our people, indigenous people, everywhere, there will be no shoot aside. But when they finish and gone, this Nigerian military will now come and start killing every other person. Don't you see that there is something terribly wrong? Don't you see that? People are still behaving as if nothing, you know, everything is okay. Nothing is okay in our land. These governors, these politicians in our land are our greatest enemies. They are bringing in our enemies in order to kill us, to take our land. I am assuring you of that. That is why we should rise up in every ramification in order to make sure that we remain focused. So, as I was saying, because I want to check whether my voice is coming out, I don't know, all of a sudden my dashboard turns orange, which is not normal, buffering, but my voice is coming out anyway. I have no connectivity problem. I can assure that. But we must continue. So people should understand what is going on. If you are in every part of Biafra land, any part of Biafra land, and you think that everything is okay because oh, your side is cool, know that we are under siege. We are under siege by these Fulani terrorists. They nickname them bandits. They are not bandits. They are Fulani terrorists, jihadists that are moving from place to place, going with the Nigerian government, because that is what they have sworn to do in order to capture land and give it to those, the Fulani terrorists that help them into power. That is the reality. Let me play just this clip. You've heard it, but let me play it again in that same Enugu, please.
Nne daalụ enwekwana na nna enye gị nsogbu ebe ị na-eri mmiri onye awaị dị ime o ji ndị ESN kpọpụta so many of them from the bush yesterday from a harmful forest ebe ha na-anọ na-agba ọsọ ndụ. Ndị Fulani egbugo so many people yesterday being 80th December 2020. Ma maka ihe na-eme na ha gbufu
anyị nọ n'ime ahịa na-ele so dịtino wee mewe ashina wee ndị ha bujuru dịrịla na-abịa.
Ndị a bụ ndị gịnị?
Ndị Fulani abịa asachiwa ha bụ ihe egwu bụ ya ntụ ha zụrụ onwe ha ezo wee akpati na-efu onwe ebe ahụ ka na-aga chi akwụchịpụ ha akwụchị ha kabịa ebezi agbabaza egbe ọ na-agbaza egbe na nwere eze nwaanyị ha so ha onye na-agwọrọ ha ọgwụ. The person mechara n'isi ha pọz ya so na ndị nweta so ihe ime ọha ebe ndị aka ndị a nwetara anyị.
Before yesterday, kedu ihe na-eme na ha mefu before?
Ihe na-emechara enwere ebe a na-akpọ mbuji na ebo ya adịgo emego mbucha ma nwaanyị dị ime sef nwaanyị dị ime gburu ụta kpọ nwa ya foto gbafụta nwa ahụ n'afọ nwa ya de Jesus ọtụrụ dị nwa na nwa iru Sunday like this.
Ebugo uncountable number of people in Ahamufu, about 13 communities. Ebuchego ha na Ahamufu. When the ESN with the information, Abalo Gabade Kaiji Zapatano Muna Yani Gobi. Eluzo de Webuna Ebulu Fadden to Fulani Nefiha. Nigeria government will send these hillocks, uncountable number of soldiers surrounded the Ahamufu yesterday being 80th December 2022. We have Nnamdi villages in the Sunday. We have the Ahamufu.
Do you see how we have become refugees in our land? And you see some people in our land, they will tell you, no, nothing is happening here. Everything is calm. For you to see the selfishness in many of our people, in our people. In Enugu, people are being turned into refugees in our own land, in our land. And the people are not understanding what is happening. When they are being confronted by ESN, the Nigerian military now orders they come in their numbers in order to start killing everybody. That is when these people run away. People abandon their houses. They Fulani, they are working hand in hand with the Fulani. Do you understand? Have you forgotten what Dr. Obadiah might laugh here, what he said? That they are coming down. That these terrorists, that they are coming down. Have you forgotten? It is what is going on. And do you know what? Our so-called traditional rulers, most of them are the ones that are bringing them because of their selfish interests. We need to, I guys are chabba here, honestly. We need to. You see people that are trying to bring confusion in our people's lives. Let me tell you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, thank God that he lectured us about propaganda, bringing confusion in a war. It's not only arms. Propaganda works heavy. Just like as they use their agents now to tell you that there is a sit at home starting from night. That is life from the pit of hell. Do you know what they are trying to do? They are trying to confuse everybody into confusion. Let me tell you, when I listen to the person or one of the people that are upholding this, it's not even a Biafran. The voice, I listened and analyzed the voice, is not even a Biafran. I'm telling you honestly. The voice looks either Bini or Yoruba. You understand? So when you see that the Nigerian media is encouraging this sit at home for how many days, you know that they are doing it. It is them that organize this in order to suffer wicked our people in this yearitude, in this Christmas period, end of the year Christmas period. Don't you know that? Don't you see that? Do you need anything to tell you? How can you hear anything that comes from anywhere apart from Radio Biafra? Now you start believing it. How do you think that IPOB will put sit at home for how many days? For people to die out of hunger? How do you think that we, the IPOB, will start killing slowly people that we are serving? Can't you? Why is it that we love to believe lies? Why is it that we love to follow shadows? How can you think in this December period when people are trying to, no matter notwithstanding the hardship, people are trying to make ends meet, and somebody will just come from nowhere and put sit at home for 4 or 5 days, and you still believe it? Have you forgotten when the Nigerian military, they put to sit at home, I think half year for 1 month? It's the same thing they are doing. They impose people to die slowly. That is what they are using their agents to do. Please, there is no sit at home. There is never any sit at home. Do you understand? This is a confusion. This is a lie, propaganda from the enemy territory in order to put confusion in our people. Anything you don't hear on Radio Biafra, please feel that it doesn't exist. Feel that it doesn't exist. How can you be with the lectures of our leader, with the structures of IPOB? Now you start listening to another thing. But when you carry Bible, you read the Korah, Datan, and Abiram. When the Israelis were being led from Egypt. You remember that story? All of a sudden, they saw hardship. They started. They used few people, 3 people, propagated lies that Moses is deceiving them, that they don't know where they are going, that they should come back, that they should go back to Egypt. And people started following them. People started following these people they don't know from nowhere. You remember what happened? Our people should be careful of listening from anywhere. Gossip that come from they take. It's a pity. I heard some of our people are talking about radio, FM, that our people in rural areas, they are not. Yes, it's right. But how do they hear all this propaganda also? That is the question. How do they go? They choose to listen to propaganda. If we are not, if we that are genuine, IPOB, even in the rural level, are not propagating our gospel, and we allow others, the Nigerian government, to propagate their own lies and confusion, sow seeds of discord among us. Know that Okafro, I'm telling you, Okafro, when you listen to the Zoo FM radios and you hear that they say sit at home for 5 days, what do you think? In Zoo radio, they are the people now commanding you, telling you what IPOB says instead of IPOB. Honestly speaking, listen to this.
Now, why somebody do na Finland na order saying no government in exile, then why declare your armed struggle? What's not self-determination? Now, if you declare armed struggle, get any business in with the sit at home. You may sit at home with civil disobedience. Now, each is able now can go for civility.
There is no sit at home. Nothing like a sit at home. I know that our deputy and members of HDOS, they will talk about it. They will talk about this. Therefore, we must be above propaganda. One of the most potent weapons of warfare is propaganda, to sow seeds of discord, to sow confusion in the camp of the enemy. Is highly potent. That is on. This is the one they are using now to sow seeds of discord. They will say this, they will say that, so that people will become fed up. Don't you know that's the plans of the enemy? Or is it everything that we are going to be taught every time? We taught ABCD 1, 2, 3 all the time. Can't you reason? Can't you use your tongue to count your teeth? As a Biafran that has been listening to the gospel of Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, to acquire common sense, and all of a sudden you see others coming from nowhere and you are believing it. What do you expect? If by now, if you say that you are confused, I'm telling you, you are in a pit. You can never be saved again. But by now, with all the clarifications and teachings and preachings and lectures and everything that has been coming out from here and other IPOB media warrior platforms, and you say that never be saved again. But by now, with all the clarifications and teachings and preachings and lectures and everything that has been coming out from here and other IPOB media warrior platforms, and you say that you they feel, Nigerian government feel that, oh, these tactics of putting sowing confusion.
Before.
Jesus
thrown at you. If you dodge it, you fight it and clean it, and mess will be thrown on you. You fight, you dodge, you lion will roar at you. After lion, hyena, all sorts of distractions and dangerous animals will come your way. That is what we are experiencing, because they know that where you are heading to, once you reach your goal, there is no more going back. That you have a very big prize, that is freedom, and no person can take it away from you any longer. That is why all these things will be thrown to you. All these things will be thrown to us every time. This one will sprout out and say, oh, I'm this, I am this. Let me tell you one thing. We must remain focused. We must remain focused. Our leader asked us several times. He made it clear several times. He said, Nnamdi, freedom fighters. Yeah, okay. Freedom fighters, Kanu. I said, okay, yeah. Freedom fighters, Kanu. Yes, yeah. Yes, yeah. He laughed. He said, are you ready for propaganda? Not killing is different though. This one is propaganda. When they will tell you, they never even come with the story that, oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have accepted money. Now it will look at what they are flying kite. Oh, they just put it as if a mistake. Oh, former leader of Ipob, they talk another person. All these are propaganda. They want to confuse you. Only if you are confusable, because we are not confusable. The hardcore Ipob, we are not confusable. There are things you use your brain. You don't even need somebody to tell you, to clarify to you. No, I need clarification. Why is it? No. You use your brain and calculate it and know the right thing. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu trained us in a way that you should understand it. That's it. You understand it. I used to give this example. When we are little kids, they trained us in my family in a way you never, even that character is still in me today. To eat in somebody's house is very highly difficult, no matter how I'm hungry. I feel because that is the way I was brought up. My mother will tell you, go with her somewhere, even if you never take lunch. As a kid, you are suffering, hunger is beating you, you never take lunch. People are eating, they will tell you, come and eat now. Our mother will tell you, even if you push, go and eat. But you have understood, looking at her tone, at her face, you have understood that that thing is telling you is the opposite. If you try it, you are dead. You are dead. So that is anyaroraro. We need to understand. Our leader, there are some things he will talk. Even maybe you ask him something, you say yes, he will laugh and say yes. You know that yes means no. That is how our leader have trained Ipob, hardcore. You know that yes he say. There is a reason he said that yes in the presence of people, but the real thing, the reality is no. You understand? But a non-entity, a vagabond that doesn't know anything, we say, yeah, he have said yes. He have said yes. You don't know that it means another thing. It is when you will be hollering with the leadership, we tell you that are you useless? Don't you supposed to? Our leader have been preaching common sense for you to common sense. That is it. Therefore, there is nothing like sit at home. There is nothing like that. There is no sit at home. If there is any time there will be sit at home, it will be announced here on Radio Biafra. Because this is our rallying point. Have you forgotten? This is our rallying point. Do not believe those, impostors. They take advantage, because that is how they do. They take advantage. I was with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He told me, he told people to listen to you. Are you the only person? So, okay, if you start talking, doing another thing, what is not what is not ethical, I will continue listening to you. Sometimes I bow, I doubt. See, why are we so? Why are we behaving like this? Sometimes I join another different thing altogether. Another voice, another thing, new thing. We always want new thing. That is a new thing. And that is why we are sold into new land, new world. Because of new. All is new. We want another new thing, and completely abandon our normal ways. Look at what is happening in our land. We are no more talking about being slaughtered in the north. Let me tell you, do you know that they are slaughtering us in the north? But this time around, not openly. Some people. War has said, and you know, our people are people that we can bear pains. We can bear pains. If they tell you the number of our people that are disappearing in the north without trace, you will not believe it. I'm telling you honestly, you will never believe it. People are living in complete fear of any minute, and they are there. They are no more. We are no more talking of that one. What we are seeing now is Fulani killing us in our own land. And the politicians, the governors, the Igbo governors are, facilitating, catalyzing everything that is happening to us. Why? Because of their personal interest. Look at Obiano. Obiano is an American citizen. He has an American passport. He has finished and he has gone and he's enjoying. For him, he's sharp. There's a way we see. Is Ipob that opened Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that opened my eye. Before, even I was thinking that we are smart, and that is what we believe. The wise. This struggle made me open my eyes. I know that I would the dumbest set of people before God and man. Yeah, I say the dumbest set of people, the most stupid set of people. I can say it from now till tomorrow without fear or favor that we are the most stupid set of people. Before, I thought that we are wise. We are not. We are not. Individually, when things are planned as a group, we plan something. One person will feel that he's smart. He will go he will go and sell everything, and then he will come back, and that is not smartness. That is stupidity. That is why we are suffering. Do you understand? That is why we are suffering. That is why we are suffering. Do you know that? Let me tell you. If you reverse the case, for example, we are the people. Igbos, Biafrans are in power with their headsmen as terrorists, terrorizing others. Let me tell you, it is still Igbo people that we go, that we go to America and tell the American government that, look, do you see the sponsors of this thing is so person, so person. I'm telling you honestly. Sometimes I bow. I said before, I thought that we are wise, but we are the most stupid. Therefore, let me go on just few seconds break, so that when I come back, I will bring in our deputy, HDOS, and the Mazi Isaiah, in order to take up the podium for the emergency broadcast. Please don't go away. I will be right back.
without Africa. Since we met you people 500 years ago, look at us. We've given everything. You are still taking. It's true. I mean, where would the whole Western world be without Africa? Our cocoa, our timber, our gold, our diamonds, our platinum, our whatever. Everything you are is us. I am not saying it, it's a fact. And in return for all of this, what have we got? Nothing. Anti-personnel indoctrination against ourselves. If you go and cook your horrible diseases like AIDS, you say it is us. You brought us tuberculosis. We didn't have this big cough until white people came here. In exchange for Africa giving Europe 500 solid years of our people, I mean, not Europe, the Western world, of our human beings to work your canes, to dig your gold, to take in gold itself, diamond, I mean, fish, peanuts, palm oil, everything. In exchange for that, we have got nothing. Nothing. And you know it. Nothing. And you look upon, white folks look upon us like monkeys. It is true. It's in your literature. Hey, some of your best thinkers have said this about us. Have you heard of all these Germans? Have you heard?
Okay.
Yes. They said, Lord Burton, people like that, they said, we don't even have the brain of animals. That's what we've got from you people.
But don't you think that this is over now?
Over where? Is it over? Who said that 8 came from the green monkey? Is it over? Is it over?
Well, if this is your impression, do you think that you can ever forgive us?
It's not a question of forgiveness. I have nothing against you. My point is that you did and you are doing for your survival what is necessary. We can't blame you for that. The fact that we didn't do enough for our own survival and we are still not doing enough for our survival, that is not your problem. Even everybody that God has created has a sense of survival. And until if we don't develop it, we can't blame white people. You came here because you needed these things. You took gunpowder from the Chinese. You needed them to shoot people.
Do you consider AIDS as a new form of colonization?
Of course.
Why?
That's why. My people, the Akans, we have a proverb. It says that good morning, thank you is never enough to salt anybody's food forever. You cannot build your life on thank you, morning, thank you, English, thank you, God. Which is what aid makes, we are always receiving. Nobody, look, and I don't care who hears, nobody anywhere in this world is going to send you their best of anything. Do you see? Neither the experts nor people, you give us what you can afford. Aid is the leftover, really, and it cannot be enough. Aid, you can, when, the world is, now the world is one place. So, there is nothing wrong if my house is in a crisis and you offered me something. There's nothing wrong, because there is interrelationship. But a whole nation, a whole continent cannot live forever on aid.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. Do not forget that today is the 8th day of December 2022, and we are live and direct. Obochi Orie. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon despite being liberated by the Nigerian Court of Appeal. But being a lawless country, being the abode of the Fulani terrorists, they don't understand what a republic or democracy means. But we will continue pushing on. Therefore, without taking any much time, I will bring in my guests or our guests of today in order to take over the podium. Our deputy HOD, Mazi Ogechukwu Nzurumike, and Mazi Isaiah Oba, please welcome to the program. You can take over, please. Go on.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. As usual, we will always appreciate your very good job, and we do continuously. You have remained very tenacious, and you have shown that indeed you're a true born of the soil, and with your work and what you do for Biafrans, you have contributed immensely, of course, that who have come this far. Everybody's work is very, very important. I appreciate you very, very, very much. And just like your colleagues, all of you in the media warriors, all of you, you've been doing very, very fantastically well. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Mazi Nzurumike. I have come in the capacity as the deputy head of the Directorate of State by the grace of Chukwu Kabiama. Of course, a common servant of the people, of course. And I have come along with me, the Deputy European Rep, Mazi Oba, of course, who is right now also on the platform. We have come because there is a need for us to drive home a very, very truthful narrative, a counter narrative against that of those of the troublemakers, the maniacs who are infested everywhere in the land, trying to destroy our land more. And we have come to debunk and have come to inform our people properly. That is why we use the opportunity to go further to thank Chukwu Kabiama for being our God and our Lord and our Savior. We thank him even in midst of trouble, even in midst of despair, even in midst of loss of hope, even in midst of crisis like this. In this very precarious situation, we will give him, nevertheless, all the glory and all the honor and all the praises for being our God, Chukwu Kabiama. We thank him for the life of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We thank him because he has kept our leader, and he will continue to keep our leader. He is keeping him because he sent him to come. He sent him to come on a mission, and that mission must be accomplished. Unless the mission is accomplished, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will remain strong and doing what he needs to do, and that is to ask for the freedom of his people. When Moses came out to ask for the freedom of his people, he was supported by Chukwu Kabiama, and he was sent by Chukwu Kabiama to do so. Just like today, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been sent by Chukwu Kabiama. It was all spiritual. It began, unless you have not heard him explain how he came, he was sent from heaven. And we all believe it, and we all see it. And if you don't know that, you better believe it. You better believe it, and you can see all the handwritings on the wall. And that is why no enemy whatsoever born of a woman can harm him, because he may be in the carnal body, but he is spiritually very, very, very strong. And that is why we thank God for him and thank God for his life. We thank God for his accomplishments so far, because what is happening in our land today was his own prophecy. He said it verbatim, word for word, line by line, clause by clause, as to what is to come. He made it clear that we pay heed, but our people would not listen. Our people were carried away by their complacency. Nevertheless, greetings to all of you Biafrans who are listening from all corners of the world, irrespective of where you are domiciled. If you are in Biafra land, we appreciate you. If you are in the Northern Hemisphere, Western and East, we do appreciate you equally. And we ask you to remain tuned and keep listening, that we are here on Radio Biafra, exactly where we worship together. Here is the platform where we say the truth. Here is the hallowed platform with the holy microphone from heaven, that whatever we say here is the way it is. That whatever we say here is unadulterated truth. And as Onyendi will say, whiter than white and whiter than snow. And that is the way we spell it here. It is an unfortunate situation we have experienced and we keep experiencing in our land. We all remember how all these things started. We remember how everything began. We cannot continue to ponder over what is happening without mentioning those of them who abetted the enemies, those of them who encourage and embolden the enemies, which are still the governors. Though they have spoiled, they have destroyed, but we still ask them, the best thing they can do today is to go back and correct and make their corrections. In their own interest, they went out there, they pronounced IPOB and prescribed IPOB the way they did. Very, very illegally they did. They went ahead according to their own agreement, without any court injunction, without any procedure, legal procedure. They went ahead and they prescribed IPOB. And whoever hears it outside the zoo thinks that somehow we are indeed prescribed. And then we are not in the real sense of it. We are not, because the due process was not followed. But the narrative has been sold very, very badly, that somehow we are a prescribed people. How can you prescribe a people? How can you prescribe a whole people and can you go to Germany and say, all of you Germans, you are prescribed? Can you go to America and say, you Americans, you are all prescribed? Will you say the same thing to Russians? Will you say the same thing to Spanish people? You cannot prescribe people. We are the indigenous people of Biafra. And how dare you have the audacity to say, somehow we are prescribed? We are not just an organization. We are a people. That is why when we speak on Radio Biafra, it affects everybody. The efficacy we display touches every nook and cranny, that all people who are Biafrans or who feel they are Biafrans and say they are Biafrans feel well interwoven in every step of the way. And that is why it is very, very important to make it clear that we are a people and not just an organization. And that is why they got it wrong. The governors must go back and readdress what they did. They must do so. Very, very important. The reason why you have idiots and criminals like Tony Blair going up and down and crisscrossing the whole hemispheres, meeting and coordinating all his sinfulness and evil against Biafra, with his so-called allies. What they are doing is to make sure that somehow they pin us down. And they are capitalizing on that very prescription. That is what they're capitalizing upon. But we are Biafrans, we will educate them. We will let them know that there is nothing like that. There is nothing like that. They should go and ask the zoo. We have defeated the zoo, very, very important. Because everything we do, we lay it bare. We lay everything bare with every evidence that we have in our custody. And that is why we are telling them it is very, very important that Tony Blair and his cohorts will have to go back to the drawing board. And when they go back to the drawing board, what they will see there is genocide. that he, Tony Blair, and his people, his countrymen, were behind the death of 10 million people. 10 million people, not one, not two, not three, not even five. What I'm saying was out of revelation. It was a revelation by the white people who actually put the whole data together. These are the data. I saw one in Germany. Mazi, Azarba will tell you what he saw in Ireland. These are, these people, they like to hide information. And they think somehow we will not come across those hidden information. They killed us up to 10 million people. We were told that our people were slaughtered and we were decimated. And that was because it was a Third World War. Nobody wants to call it the way it is. There was a Third World War and it happened in Biafra land. We had the Soviet Union who said if we don't want it their own way, they will join a coalition of killers against us, and that's what they did. And who are those pioneers? Who are those actually heading that very coalition? That was the Britain. Harold Wilson, he was the head of state of United Kingdom, as at that time the prime minister. Tony Blair should go and read his history. And after reading his history, he should bury his head into the sand in shame for him to have even the audacity to come very close to mention IPOB. Before you mention IPOB, find the history, connect it to your history, to your atrocities, connect it to what you did to these people and why they're acting for common freedom and the right to self-determination. Why should that be a crime? Why should that be a crime, Tony Blair? We know you are jobless. We know since you finish your job as Prime Minister, you've got nothing doing. And all left for you is to keep on scavenging everywhere, looking for where you can find something. Crumbles that are falling from the table. That's just why you people have resorted to criminality. You are pilfering our oil and gas and resources in the high sea. We know that. I said it in the other broadcast today. That's what people are doing. And somehow you think we're impediments in that very direction. We are not opposing any sort of impediment, no. We have said, come clear as a civilized people. Biafrans are civilized. And we can talk, we can negotiate. We can discuss, we can dialogue. We are not monolithic. We are always revolving. And that is why the opportunity is there to do the right thing instead of doing the wrong thing. What Tony Blair is doing today is totally wrong. We can discuss, we can dialogue. We are not monolithic. We are always revolving. And that is why the opportunity is there to do the right thing instead of doing the wrong thing. What Tony Blair is doing today is totally wrong. Atrocities in our land, those of them championing the killing and maiming and destruction of lives and properties. Those people are well known. Those people are the people you are backing. Those are the cabals, those are the Fulani Caliphate, those are their foot soldiers on the ground in Biafra land. Ask them what are the Fulani herdsmen doing in our land? Ask Tony Blair, ask your cohorts in what do you call it, Abuja, Aso Rock. What are their boys doing in our land? What are they doing there? They don't live there officially. They have not come to look for jobs. After all, we don't have jobs. They have destroyed our lives and livelihood. We have no jobs. Industries are all crumbled and there is nothing left. So what have they come to do? We are no more buying their cows. And what are they coming to do? Why are they in our land in droves? Why are they found in the bushes? These are the questions you must ask Tony Blair, and not to rise up against holy people who are just after their freedom. We are asking you to please, readdress your steps. Very, very important that you do so. Very, very important. Otherwise, we will disgrace you. We are going to pull your legs out in the public. That the whole world may see. We are Biafrans. We can do so. That the whole world may see the traces of atrocities of Britain. We have been doing it in a pace where probably it hasn't, you have not felt it. But this time around, you may have to do it in a way that you will indeed understand that these people know what they're doing. And we're going to show it to you. We are going to show it to you by unveiling and revealing all the atrocities of the United Kingdom against these very hallowed people of Biafra and bring it more in the open, especially with your own connection. You will be connected to it because you have brought out yourself against these very, very, peaceful people of indigenous Biafra, and we are not going to accept it. We are not going to accept it, Tony Blair, and that is why we have come. We have come also to explain to Biafrans that there is a lot of things everybody understands that. Everybody understands we are in danger. But I want us to understand that it's not just any other danger. The danger is real. The killings continue, and you keep on seeing they continue. What they have done is they brought in their killer general. I don't know his name again in Enugu, I think, where he's positioned. The news reaching us is that Mazi, you know the name Mazi?
Musa Omar.
Musa Omar. Musa Omar is their evil general killer, they call him. General killer goes about asking his foot soldiers, the Hizbah group and the Boko Haram, section of the military. When you come to military, they have their own different department. They have Boko Haram battalion, and they have Hizbah battalion, and they have Fulani herdsmen battalion. These people are all in uniform. When you see them, you think they're ordinary soldiers. That is why we have issues with our governors. They are there to prevent all these atrocities in the real sense of it. Their job is to protect lives and properties. And they are not doing so, but enabling this very carnage to continue. And we are calling on Biafrans across the whole world, in all walks of life, to stand up and stand tall and stand very, very firm and demand that these so-called governors do the right thing. If any Keke Napepe driver is gone down somewhere in any part of Biafra, like, it doesn't really matter whether it is the state you are governing or not. If you're governor of Abia State and it's happening in Ebonyi, if somebody is knocked down by Fulani herdsmen or the military or the police or whatever in Anambra State, in Enugu State, in Imo State, and it's not your state, do not feel unconcerned. It's your job to stand up and pick up the microphone and condemn it. And if you're not condemning it, it means you don't care. It means you are culpable of what is going on. It means you sanction what is going on. You people are the reason why there was Python dance that claimed thousands of lives. It was Python dance 1 and 2, and I think even 3 or whatever they called it, the third one. And today, Hopeless Odinjo has sworn that he is hungry for power and that nobody can take it from him. So if nobody can take you, even if he takes the lives of 1 million Biafrans, he doesn't care. They should all die. When the Willie Obiano was there, we heard him saying that the word of life of a Biafran is that of a cow. He told the Fulani people, if you kill one, it's equivalent of cow, you have to pay 500,000. This is what a human being said. I don't even want to call him governor. It's ridiculous. And these are the people you call governors. They are the ones who have caused these problems we have today. Because we have to go to the root of all these issues. We must go to the root of all these issues. We want them to get back to normalcy. We want them to go back to normal thinking. They still have opportunity to think right. They do. They do have the opportunity to call upon the cabal in Aso Rock to release Mazi Nnamdi. You are not supposed to go to bed and sleep until Nnamdi Kanu is out. That is the way it's supposed to be. These people are not supposed to take breakfast in their government palaces. They are not supposed to even have any lunch in their government palaces. They should be having a restless life until they see that our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is released from the hands of these very, very terrorists called the cabal. This is what if they are normal human beings, this is what they should have done. And what I'm saying is that they still have opportunity to do so. They have the opportunity to turn the page. and ensure that this is done is not going to be a difficult task. I know they feel that they have the powers to kill. But when you think you have a power to kill, you have to also calculate how long do you still have to live on earth. You also have to factor in that you have children. You should also factor in that you have families and relatives everywhere in the world, and none of them is living in Jupiter. They are all living on earth. So you have the opportunity to get it right. All of you, both ex-governors and present governors. It cannot be that you people are there and this coalition of killers are everywhere in our land, destroying lives and properties, and you cannot do anything. You have to be called out. Because when you say there's insecurity and begin to point fingers at others, the others are pointing at you, yes, definitely. Because you people were the pioneers of this killing spree. You started it by thinking that your servitude to the Fulani Caliphate somehow will bring you prosperity. Of course, people are selfish. It's all about what you're going to get and not what your people will get. And now you are there before your eyes. They destroyed all our economic infrastructure, economic abilities and facets. And today you have nothing to, afford your people. And then you are claiming that it's insecurity. And of course, we will also call out all those of them who are in coalition with these governors by way of, initiating all these criminalities. This is how everything, when they sit down there and point fingers at somehow, roadside, criminals, parading the streets of Biafra land somehow, that these people are now the main cause of criminality. No, it started with the governors. They enabled the Fulanis in our land. They brought in Python tanks 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever. Because the killing continues. So you can even mention, I don't know how many Python tanks you can call. They keep on killing us and continue to kill us unabated. And that must stop. Unless these governors change their characters, they must also rewrite what they wrote. They went there, they prescribed, and we're asking them to go and turn back that prescription. That prescription was illegal. That too, they can do well. If they have done wrong in that, they can do it well again. They still have the opportunity unless they don't want to. We will continue to point them out. There we have the coalition among the coalition. Also the so-called, like I mentioned it this afternoon, the very de facto government. The Biafra, the de facto government in Biafra land is behind a lot of killings we have these days. They have been assigned by the Fulani Caliphate and they have been armed, by the way. A militia has been built and headed by Asari Dokubo. That is why Asari was threatening our people all the while, that he's going to kill them. He was not saying it and mincing words. You saw him displaying the military, weaponry. He displayed them with every pride in him. Among his militias, they have the zoo badge, green, white, green. This is somebody who called himself the president of de facto government of Biafra. And his spokesman, among them are supposed to be Mazi Mefo. His information minister is Mazi Mefo. I must say it the way it is. He is the spokesperson of that very de facto government. Now I'm asking Mazi Mefo, who is driving the so-called human rights organization or platform. The man heading that very platform is Mazi Mefo. And I'm saying, how do you square in your de facto government and the militia activities you have that are killing our people with your humanitarian activities? It doesn't tally. It doesn't tally at all. And that is why we must also hold you responsible, just like you have in the past been trying to tarnish the image of IPOB, even when we have been very, very peaceful. And you know that. You have now before your eyes Asari Dokubo displaying his militia against Igbo brothers. And we thank God not all Ijos are into that very game. A lot of Ijos are peaceful and very friendly. They are Biafrans. But this guy, because of what he's going to gain from the Fulani Caliphate, single-handedly brought out himself and formed up a militia group. He himself said it, that militia group involves Fulani men and Hausa men, according to him. In his own words. And what are they doing? Are they there? Are they going to go after the fellow Ijo clan? No. Are they going after the Yorubas? Of course not. But he used his mouth to say he's going to kill IPOB members. He said he's going to go after Igbos. And people should ask and take this very, very militia very, very seriously. They come in. Here is the hallowed platform with the holy microphone from heaven, sneaking to Biafra, killing places. I question many of properties in our land. The carnage that we are causing in our land is not going to be taken lightly by these very indigenous people of Biafra. We are not going to take it no more. We are no longer going to take it the way it is going. And that is why we are calling Biafrans in the ground, in Biafra land, and in diaspora, especially those of you on the ground, to remain more alert, more vigilant, and be ready to defend yourself. Among those of you also who have found themselves in that very coalition of destruction of lives and properties is a Berima. You have one hoodlum in Finland that all he can do is to scam people and gather his boys on the ground to cause mayhem. Destroy lives and properties equally because he is on a paycheck and a paybook of Malami. Malami has assigned him to do that job because Kuremadu and a paybook of Malami. Malami has assigned him to do that job because Kuremadu guy, the very hoodlum, the bandit in Finland, is Ifeanyi Njoku, that all he does is to cause incendiary. He's very pyromaniac. What he does is to put killers together, young boys who are supposed to go to school, some of them who probably need to go and learn jobs and learn how to do something needful and meaningful for themselves. They are bamboozled into becoming morons on the street and becoming useless to themselves and continue to kill others. And we are saying to all of you, if you get any of them spreading any flyer or poster anywhere in Biafra land, that somehow there's a seat at home, we are on this very platform, Radio Biafra, we are asking anybody that see these people to go after them. Do not spare them, go after them and stop them from doing that thing they're doing. There is nothing like sit at home this time around. This December, you are going to have your merriments, you are going to work hard for your families, you are going to bring bread to your families on the table, and no matter how little it is, you are going to manage it happily in the name of Chukwu Abiyam, and not to see and cause the death of your brethren. That is not what IPOB subscribe to. We do not subscribe to destruction of lives and properties. Instead, we condemn them. And we know that the very, very intention behind this so-called sit at home is to cause mayhem, it is to cause carnage, and to destroy lives and properties. And we say no to that. There is nothing like that. If you are in Biafra land, please always listen to Radio Biafra at all times. Do not listen to any online nonsense that you see out there. On Radio Biafra is get your information. If you hear something, please get it confirmed on Radio Biafra. And here we tell you the way it is. This is the platform put together by Onyindu Mazi. Why in our language we say mado, mandu, mandu, beauty of life. That is where we come from, and that's exactly who we are. All this violence going up and down here and there has no place in our DNA. We feel irritated seeing blood, and those of you who suck blood, the blood suckers of the Fulani Caliphate, you don't feel the way we feel. And that is why we are not one people, and we can never be. We can never be, and that is why we are asking for our freedom. We will continue to ask for this freedom non-stop. Non-stop. We will continue to ask for this very freedom non-stop. And we are asking all lovers of freedom all over the world to support this very, very project, the project that somehow we have the right to self-determination. The project that calls for freedom of all Biafrans in all walks of life, and I don't see anything wrong in calling for freedom. Only those of you who are evil will only rise up and say no. Those of you who will say no, definitely you are evil. And the main reason why we're here today is, like I said, there is no sit at home as proclaimed from some morons somewhere in Finland. It can never happen, it will not hold, and it can never come to stay. We are calling on governors to do more, those of you who are the governors of the Enugu state, to do more, those of you in Anambra, especially the Fulani governor in Imo state, to stop the killings going on against our people. You keep killing and killing and killing and think somehow you kill your way out of the whole crisis. And that is wrong. I've explained to you that you have families, you have children, you have relatives, you have homes, just like those of them you have wasted their lives. It is time you stand up like men, at least like boys at least. If you cannot be men, be boys. Because sometimes boys can speak. Boys can stand up and say something. If you cannot be men, be like boys. At least. It is disgraceful that somebody will call himself a man when somehow he's void of testes. You don't have any testes, you can't call yourself a man. You needed to call yourself a man. You have to grow one and be a man. You should be ashamed that one single soul at some point is killed in your land, in your so-called state. You should be ashamed of yourself that you can't even take up the microphone in your podium. The microphone in your podium you find in your offices, in the government houses, and take 1 second and condemn that very killing, whether the killing was orchestrated by any military man, any policeman, any Fulani man. Condemn it first and foremost. Even if you do nothing more beyond that, condemn it. Condemn it. It gives some psychological ripple effect if you don't know. It is very, very important that you do so. But you governors, like I said, you have not grown testes, and that is the problem. But maybe somehow, somewhere in future, you may do so, but then it will be too late for you, because you will rule and rule and rule, and then somehow you will vacate, and then the posterity can never be kind to you no more. You can only find your way for a better future if you have all corrected and made peace with those you have been killing. Unless you do so, even you governors will be in trouble. That is just the nature. So I will go on also to call upon our members in the United States of America to please begin to look into the possibility of engaging much more very intensively with the White House. We do want them to engage intensively with the White House, and they should plan a very, very strong protest in Washington, D.C. Those of you in the United States of America who believe in freedom, those of you who see the bloodshed in Biafra land and you don't like, those of you who find all these atrocities very despicable, we want you to join hands together and forces together and march in the street and the town of Washington, D.C., and practically engage the politicians at the Capitol. This is very, very key in case you want to call yourself a freedom fighter. This is something you have to do. It might not be very easy, but it's also not so tough for you to accomplish. The leadership would like you to engage in this very, very important project going forward. Mazi, at this juncture, I would like to bring in Mazi as Zayoba as well, to also have some few things to tell Biafrans, and then of course we shall entertain some number of questions in case there are some questions from Biafrans, a few calls and all that, and then we'll see where we can how far we can address such questions. I will, at this juncture, I want to hand over the microphone to my brother and a great servant in this very hallowed movement, Mazi Azayoba, to also come up and address Biafrans as much as he can. Mazi, go ahead. I give you microphone and I will yield back until later.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Head of Directorate, Mazi Nzurumike. Thank you very much, and also thank to our host, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. I want to appreciate both of you, and thank you all. I want to also greet Biafrans worldwide, and also Biafrans back home, those who we are fighting so hard to protect, to do whatever we can to bring your suffering and your penury to the attention of the world, because our race look like a race that has been forgotten, and we have make our decision to make sure that that will not happen the way the enemy orchestrated it. My name remains Mazi Azayoba. By the special grace of Chukwu Abiyama, I am serving the indigenous people of Biafra in the capacity of Deputy Hero and a member of the Directorate. I reside here in the Republic of Ireland at the moment, and I'm bringing you greetings from here. Biafrans, Of course, I will not hesitate before going into one or two things that I want to say this evening. I want to sincerely from the bottomless heart of my heart, to appreciate our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who has choose to answer this difficult, call from Almighty Chukwukikabiama himself. And because I know for sure, in the eyes of men, I don't think he could have done this by himself. If not, that the Chukwukikabiama have called him to do this, including some of us, because what we have encountered in this process of Biafra restoration is something that we were not actually told that this is how it's going to be. But regardless, we are not going to back down because we are fighting a fight for survival. I want to really appreciate him, appreciate his wife for hanging in there, taking all this, stress, since she got married to our leader. We know that the history has it that there's never a time they have a quality time together, just because of the freedom of his own people. We appreciate you, Mazi, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and our sister, Lord Uchechuku Kanu. We appreciate you. And those that are working hard, very close to him. The head of directors, Martin Chikedozium, keep on the good work, and also all the rest member of the Directorate of State, including Mazabanyim, who I am deputizing. I want to appreciate all of you. Now, good evening from here, Biafrans worldwide. One thing I want to say this evening is just about the fake news that is making around Biafra land, and I want our people to understand that we are in a very precarious situation at the critical time that we need to pay attention to every details that are being presented to us, whether from the enemy, whether from those that are working closely with the enemy, and those who are also the household enemy, which are more dangerous. I have said this before, IPOB, before, even when Onyendu was around, IPOB was invaded. We saw a surge of people coming into IPOB, and people were there before the time, lying very, quiet. Some of them make some attempt to get to the, close to the leadership. Any hierarchy officer, they want to come close to them to obtain position and strike from within. So it's only now that this thing happened, we begin to unravel and to decode most of those agents that come very close to us, including those that took our money, and then they run and keep making excuses that they will release it only when our leader is being released. Now, if these people are holding all this and saying that you can only release the finance of IPOB when our leader is released, or you will only support when our leader is released, then how do you want us to execute, some assignment or the process getting Onyendu released? You see that these people came to destroy, not to build, and these are people who were not even there when IPOB started, when IPOB were actually established. They just joined organization instead of some of them to leave organization if they don't like how it's being run, or if they have some feelings that they are not comfortable with. They decided to run away with some of the IPOB properties. But in coming days, if they refuse, we're gonna expose few of them. Now, going also to the sit at home. Biafrans, you understand that sit at home was introduced as one of our many strategies that we have on board to bring about Biafra. It's just one out of thousands of them that the leadership and the Onyendu himself put in place to bring about Biafra. And now, what the enemy have tried to do in the last couple of few months is to corrupt this one of these tools that we have. Our people need to pay attention, and I want them to listen to me very, very carefully this evening, what I'm going to say. Very, very carefully. Our people need to understand the strategies of the enemy. They need to know this. This sit at home, you should ask why the enemy are so interested in sit at home tools that IPOB have in place to as one of their tools they are using in Biafra restoration process. They want to do what? To corrupt it, to make it look very stupid. I have said this few months ago, and I'm saying it once again, in case people who do not listen to that. These things they are doing is to make you to hate this material that we have that is called sit at home. They want you to detect it. They want you to hate IPOB. They want to cause confusion and rancor between the Biafrans so that you will hate anything that has to do with IPOB. They want to make it look like you talking about Biafra, talking about IPOB, talking about sit at home means death. That is where they are turning this to. So that you will hate when you hear IPOB, one, when you hear Kanu, two, when you hear Biafra Restoration, three, when you hear ESN, when you hear sit at home. These people have chosen to be attacking this major institute that have been put in place to restore Biafra. And we are talking with a low voice tonight that everybody that is listening in Biafra land will understand what we are doing. Sit at home can only be used when it's necessary to achieve one or two things that we have in plan, not the whole thing. That is why sit at home was introduced in the first place. And the first one that was used was during May 30th. That was the only first time sit at home was introduced. The first time it came in place in IPOB, Biafra Restoration Movement, May 30th. And some other subsequent, period that was needed, that sit at home, and we actually used it. Onyendu also activated it when it's necessary. Now, the question I want Biafrans to ask those who are asking for sit at home right now, are they members of IPOB? The answer is no. Are they the leader of the movement? The answer is no. What is their cabinet? They don't have cabinet. What is their portfolio? They don't have portfolio. Are they registered anywhere in the world? The answer is no. What are their members of their cabinet? You don't know. Now they are asking you sit at home. If anything happens that day, within these days that they mentioned, who do you hold accountable? They will now say this IPOB. Do you see how they roll? They want to use this particular day that they announced to cause more disaffection, destruction, rape, and the burning of houses. And once you see sit at home in future, once you hear about sit at home in future, then you'll be considering it. It is this one, isn't it? This one that we had a few days ago, that or last few months ago, that have caused death, that has caused more destruction. The issue, they want to demonize anything that has to do with IPOB. This is where they are working. They want to demonize anything that has to do with Biafra restoration. They want to destroy everything. And what would they have for you? Nothing. We are using this opportunity to let you know there is nothing like sit at home on the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, and up to the time they told you. Because there is no reason for it now. Now, at this very moment, there is no reason for it. There is no reason for it. And it's not necessary right now. As I have said before, that the sit at home can only be used when it's necessary, or can be activated when it's necessary. By the leadership, by the apex leader himself, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Apart from that, nobody else has right to be instituting nuisance that they will call sit at home. They will use to destroy our people. And now, at this critical time, that all countries, industries, companies are importing, bringing goods for the season. This is the time that these people want you to lock your businesses for 5 days, including Sunday. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never want to add anything to interrupt our people going to church on Sunday. And what is the interest of this bingo? Introducing sit at home that will affect our people going to church on Sunday. In as much as we know what religion has done to us, we are only educating our people to know the difference between good and bad, what is obtainable for their for better future, and what is not good for them. This is what we're educating our people. These enemies that invaded Ipob in the last 13 or 14 months now kidnapped our leader, isolated our leader, kidnapped him, renditioned him, tortured him, now begin to attack the leadership of Ipob, begin to attack the structure, begin to attack the finance, begin to attack the wife of our leader, begin to attack our leader himself, begin to attack his family members. The question is, who are they and what are their intentions? The same moron, this guy, I called him a chronic pervert that is answering Ifeanyi Njoko here. We told him that there will be no hiding place for him. By the time we finish with that criminal that is based in Finland, people will reject answering. His name will become like Ifajuna. And I'm not surprised that he's answering Ifeanyi Njoko. We have discovered that now. That his real name here is Ifeanyi Njoko. This is a man that took the nude picture, the naked picture of an Igbo woman and posted to the public. An Igbo mother, a woman that is married, a woman that has children. This guy with no any empathy, he claims to be a lawyer. I have never ever in my life seen any legal mind or any legal practitioner that behave in the manner in a so much low life this criminal that based in Finland is behaving. I've never seen that in my life. We live in the Western world here. Deputy head of the directorate can confirm what I'm saying to you. Even ordinary person cannot behave. Ordinary person that studied very well here cannot behave in the manner that this bingo is behaving, claiming that he's a lawyer. And nobody now has asked him, where is your law certificate? See, everything about this guy is fraud, killing, diabolic. Everything about him. He will defraud our people. The people who claim that they're educated in America will send money to this small boy. He will eat it. He will come on the radio, on a camera. He will turn it on. He will bring wine. He will pour it in a cup. He will dance. And some people who claim that they are educated, some people who claim that they are professors, will now clap for him. Said, "Well done, right done. You are doing a great job." He's the only one making noise, doing something for our leader to come out. And the same person come out in the open and said that we will not listen to any man or any person that is speaking from DSA dungeon. And who is the person in DSA dungeon? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The same person now is grouping gangs of criminals, terrorizing our land in the name of sitting at home. Force at home, he's doing. Terrorizing our people, killing young youth. And the so-called Igbo learned people are watching this moron doing this, contributing and sending money to him, doing fundraising, just to demonize, even doing the fundraising also to pollute the fundraising that IPOB also do to raise money to support our people, that Nigerian security men and military men that have killed their family members. They want to destroy that angle as well. So anytime you hear fundraising, you will be thinking that your mind will go to the same pollution, the same damage this idiot has caused. So you will not feel interest to do or to support or to do any fundraising for the real cause. This is what he's doing. The same thing now he's doing with the sit at home. He want to damage it. Anytime you hear sit at home, you will say, no, isn't it this thing that they are every time sit at home, sit at home. We had protests in Europe here. We went to America, we had protests. We go to UK, we had protests. We are meeting people that matters. And who is he meeting? Every time he will turn on the camera, sit somewhere in a rented hotel lobby and be making video, telling you nonsense, sending our young men, our young youth to early grave. And our elders are sitting at home looking at this, saying nothing. I want to correct our people this time. I want to give them advice of what they don't know, what they have ignored all these years. If they will listen. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have built IPOB, established IPOB after Igbo Union failed our people, failed our race. Everybody knows why Igbo Union was formed, why Ohaneze Igbo was formed, to be able to assemble our people during and after the war and bring our people together once again. But they have failed in that particular area. And now the aftermath of that disappointment is very, very devastating, and we can see the carnage it has caused among the Igbo race, if you like, or the Biafrans. Since then, after the war, we have never ever seen any other set of group that have been speaking on our behalf, or that can bring the plight of what is happening to us as a race anywhere in this world. Why am I saying this? Go to Germany, we see our Igbo young youth in prison. Go to Asia, you will see our Igbo young men in prison. Go to America, you see our Igbo young men in prison. Come to Europe here, go to Africa, all the prisons, even in Nigeria. And there is no single organization of Biafrans that is asking the well-being of our people anywhere they are being held. The only organization that is doing that is IPOB. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made this to happen. We have been looking after our people both home and abroad. And I asked this question on Rapture Media yesterday. If the Easterners, if you like, or the Biafrans, or the Jaws, let's ask we the Igbos, when I use Igbo, is general, from our mainland to the coastal region of Biafra land. If they were asked now to send the delegates to America, to White House, or to number 10 Downing Street, would they be able to do that? They won't, because they have betrayed themselves. Yoruba will be able to assemble their men, their credible men, and send. Hausa will mobilize their own, they will send. Fulanis will mobilize their own, They will send, but if you come to the east, there won't be anyone. And that is one of the reasons that you haven't seen anybody from the east run after the government successfully without any sabotage. It's only IPOB that have managed to do this, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And we're educating our people. That frustration, this mental torture that this our political elite have put us need to stop now. And this is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have managed to establish. And this is what they are fighting right now to destroy. When our political elite failed us, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up on board. We are the one that will hear any Igbo child suffering anywhere, we will go after them and look for them. In Europe here, if they are running from political asylum, we will support them, we will give them every document that they will need to protect them here, anywhere they found themselves here in Europe, and also outside Europe. No other organization have done this. No other. The idiot in Finland has not done that. Rather, the idiots have defrauded our people who are vulnerable, who are running for safety. He defrauded them. We have the evidence here. We have evidence. We have documents that prove the people that give money, our people, our poor people that gave money to this boy in Finland. He promised them visa and everything. He defrauded them. And this is the same guy who took the naked picture of an Igbo woman. Something even Fulanis have not done. Do it and post all over the social media. And I'm asking our people, if that guy were to be in IPOB when he did that, we are to be in the leadership when he did that, today IPOB would have been deserted by the whole world. The respect our establishment with the government and locals in the Western world here would have been destroyed, because no government would like to have anything to do with a pervert who is sharing a nude picture of a mother, somebody's wife. And people are going to his platform, listening, watching him. It's very, very sad. And he's there now telling you to sit at home for 6 days. And what is his reason? Is he supporting Nnamdi Kanu? The same Nnamdi Kanu he was abusing through his platform? The same his wife that he was abusing, the same IPOB Biafra, he was calling terrorists. This boy was telling Asare Dokubo to kill IPOB, that they are terrorists. This same boy that is calling sit at home today was saying indigenous people of Biafra are terrorists. And people are not asking who is the person issuing this order or asking you to sit at home. Where is he from? What is he? Who knows him? What is his position? His real name here is Njoko. Asking Ifeanyi Njoko. You're answering Ifeanyi Njoko. And this is what we are telling our people. How can Mazi Nnamdi Kanu spend all these years preaching to you, educating you, in less than 12 months, in just not even up to 12, in less than 8 days, he was kidnapped. All of you turn against him, abandon him. And look at what is happening in Biafra land now. Since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we are kidnapped. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu managed to stop the killing, the raping of our women in the farm. It was spreading like a wildfire. Until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come on board, put the ESN in place to stop them. After our so-called Eastern governors failed us, all of them failed woefully. the same Eastern governors, the same Ohanes and Dibo, were the one who came together with Obiano and said that the indigenous people of Biafra, the young men, are terrorists. Proscribed them before the Fulanis that are rampaging. Everybody saw it 3 years ago when Fulani went in a community in Benue, killed 300 villagers in one single day. 300 in one night, massacred. British saw it, they didn't say anything. The same evil Britain, they didn't say anything. Katrina Lang was there watching funeral of nearly 300 people. Trailers of coffins of dead body. Katrina Lang saw it. And this woman is today in the coastal region, Cross River, tweeting it in Cross River and River State, dancing. Dancing why Idera Gold, who comes from that part of Biafra land, is still in prison without any crime. And people came out to welcome this woman. Our people, who did this to us? Who did this to us? And for how long shall we continue reducing ourselves before these people? Look at the so-called, the only African country that goes to Britain every time they are doing elections is Nigeria. The only African country, the only black race that always go to Britain every day, every 4 years election, proving that they are our creators and we are subhumans. You see, one of our own brother who went to the north and kneeled down before a Fulani man. I don't know what he was begging them. And this is the people who called our elite. We imagine Fulani person coming to kneel down before Igbo traditional ruler. But our own people are doing it. And we are fighting to restore our dignity of what these people have done to us in all these years. That we gave them opportunity to speak for us. They have not done it. The more we are fighting, they ganged up. Our own people ganged up and contributed money to rendition Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, our people, we have been here in the Western world. The leadership has been doing so much to make sure that this Biafra restoration did not stop at any reason, at any point. Even Mazi Nnamdi Kanu being held, we are doing our best to make sure that the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is freed, Biafra restored, and now you see some people trying to destroy, trying to cause disaffection. Now let me tell you, Biafrans, what you are seeing happening now that we are trying to do, and we are guiding you to, is a nation build. I said this yesterday, and I'm repeating this on Radio Biafra today. What we are doing now is a nation build. And I want you to take it at your heart that without any structure, without any guideline, the reason why our people are roaming all over the place today, our people are roaming like uncontrollable animals anywhere in the world today, is because there is no leadership. There is no structure left for us after the war. Ohanes and Igbo that would have done this, abandon it. They were compromised. Igbo Union that would have done this also, abandon it. Start doing party and Irinji in our Labeke. Our people were left wandering all over the place, uncontrollable, until Ipob Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started by preaching, meeting our people, reassuring them, reorganizing their mind And we begin to come together. And he taught us discipline is very important in whatever we're doing. Any organization without discipline cannot stand. Any organization without structure cannot stand. And this is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have done. And that's what we are holding upon. That our people, if we ask you to stop at this critical, you stop. This is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have went to Abuja and fought for. Take the power away from them, these criminals. Take the power from your governors and give it to you. And leave a structure for you to follow that will guide you jealously. So even in his absence, so that you will not make a mistake, you will not fall back to this stone age these people kept us for many years. This is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did. And these people are coming now to corrupt it. So that you will, sometimes they will say, it's a power tussle between Chikedism and the other one. The leadership have compromised. They just want to destroy that thing that is guiding you. They want to turn you against the people who have laid their life to get you where we are today. This man called P2B started talking today at the platform of IPOB. Anybody that is speaking loud today, whether he has the ball to do it or not, is doing it because of IPOB. Igbo language was nearly gone to extinct until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu revived it. We nearly got lost completely. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have put a structure. Follow this structure. Listen to what they have to say. These people will guide you. We don't need anything from you back home. We don't. But our job here is to make sure that we guide you jealously. The nation build. Once Biafra is restored, you know how to handle information. You know what is law. You know how to respect law. You know how to adhere to instruction when it's given without anybody being there, forcing you to do it. This is what IDOP is asking you, not forcing it at home by using gun, killing people who has not benefited anything from the government, who built their life up from the scratch. Somebody will just go and burn a house of a 50 or 60 years old man, a house he built when he's maybe 20, 25, a house, a 70, 80 years old man. You go and burn his house doing sit at home. You go and burn his house, kill some of his children, as claiming you're forcing sit at home. Somebody suffer whatever he suffered, raise money, buy a car, you go and burn it. You are claiming you're doing forced sit at home. Is it how IPOB Mazi Nnamdi established functions? Can you not ask a question? Who are these people destroying these cars? What they are trying to do to make you to hate that then Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put in place to protect you, to go against it. Then they will come for the final kill. This is what we are telling you. We have spoken. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu spent nearly 15 years talking on radio from 2009, from shortwave up until last year. If you are claiming that you are Biafran and you did not learn anything from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, then you shouldn't blame the white people for colonizing us, because this is exactly what happened. And British now, with impunity, without any regard or remorse, killing us nearly 10 million. We had our documents here, like Deputy Head of the Register said. Closely 10 million, 9 million internal refugees. It has never happened anywhere in this world. Even the World War I, World War II, it did not happen there. Ukraine did not experience this. No country in this world experienced it. 9 million internal refugees. We had 1967, 1970. Catholic Church helped us for the meantime. Less than 6 months, Catholic Church abandoned us. Christianity abandoned us. Assemblies of God abandoned us. Anglican Church abandoned us. Can anybody tell me any church that helped us during and after the Biafran War? Can anybody? Can any church? Catholic Church tried for at least 6 months, and that was it. Go and check. I am telling you what I have the document. I'm not just quoting. I had the document here. I go through them. We suffered on our own. Now, nearly 10 million people slaughtered in a cold blood, spearheaded and supervised by the British. And the impunity is still until today. Our youth have been devastated. Our women have been devastated. Our land has been soaked with our own blood. British is still today in the open, doing open election and politics in Nigeria with the life of Igbo people. Look at the carnage in our land. Look at the spill of blood in our land. From Enugu to the coastal region. And this woman will come in our land. You people will be ignoring them, looking at them. She will come and do everything and go home. Why in England here? You cannot even steal a telephone here. Even food in a supermarket, you are not allowed to do that. Ordinary food in a supermarket. But these people will come in our land, destroy our youth. They will arm some of you. You will go and kill your fellow Igbo man. You will go and burn your own Igbo brother's house. Look at the level of killing in our land. And they are talking about election. The same woman, the same Katrina Lang that claimed that denies about getting involved in Nigerian politics is today announcing they will support the successful election in 2023. But she September this year, 2022, September, just 2 months ago. But today, she has come out because they see you people as a bunch of animals, which IPOB is saying no to. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is saying no to, and that is exactly what aggravated them. They went and kidnapped him. The Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have defeated them in their own court of law. And Katrina Lang is not even caring about a British citizen that has been discharged and acquitted in the court. She never made any stand or make any comment. But she's talking about 23 election. Staying in Cross River and River State, dancing. And tomorrow you will see her going to the Fulani and dance with also Fulanis. A very short, ugly woman. And you people are looking at her. And she will arm some of you to go and kill your own people, burn them. And are you telling me she's not seeing? She's in Nigeria. Are you telling me she's not seeing the killings in Igbo land? Are you telling me she's not seeing it? Are you telling me that the British are not seeing it? How many barrels of oil that was discovered? These people were stealing through our coast. Barrels of oil, and this pig in the creek called Asare Dokobo is not seeing that. Thousands, billions of barrels of oil stolen from our own land. But if you stole any phone here, you will go in prison here. But they are in our land, polluting our land. I ask them question. All this, their mantra. To anybody that you see, whenever you see them, ask them this question. You are talking about the so-called your Buhari that died. You brought a fake one, using him to run the country today. That you never see him condemning the killings of the so-called Nigerian citizens. He goes around talking about climate change. That is what is pushing Fulani from the north to the east. And I'm asking Katrina Lang, and I'm asking British authority who are listening. I know your agents are listening today. This climate change you're talking about, what about the oil pollution that you have caused in our land? What about the ecosystem destruction that you have caused in our land? Now, what about the damage, the waterways that you have damaged with oil to destroy our land? Can you compare that to your so-called, your fake climate change? What is worse than this climate change, this ecosystem that you have damaged in our land with the oil pollution? Can you tell us that? You people are hypocrites. Doing your hypocritical analysis that you're doing, you think that we are still living in the Stone Age. We are saying these things that so that our people will open their eyes and see what we are fighting and the mess we're in. They have no shame. After killing us nearly 10 million, continue killing, they have come again. They kidnapped Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu. They descend their own court. We are not talking about foreign court. Their own court have discharged and acquitted this man. The British government says nothing. But you see our Igbo political elites going to the Britain to make a plea for them to be allowed to run the zoo. No politician is talking. No Southeast governor is talking. No South governor, as they call themselves, is talking. And now the question I'm asking all these our politicians, what makes you think that the law of the zoo will protect you? If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can win them in their court of law, and he's been acquitted and discharged, and they keep holding him, and you are saying nothing, it will get down to you. Then what would you do? They use Ike Kuremadu. Where is Ike Kuremadu today? They use Rotimi Amechi. Where is Rotimi Amechi today? Nobody knows Buhari than Rotimi Amechi. But when Buhari, the real Buhari is gone, Rotimi Amechi was put in the back in a cage. After using Rotimi Amechi to build railways everywhere in the north, now they ask Rotimi Amechi, now go to the east and remove your own railway tracks, which he came and do. What about Iguani? They put him there, and his community and his state is being overrun by the Fulani Janjaweed. Is he saying anything? What about David Umahi? Killed everybody, killed our youth like no man's business to have a presidential ticket. Today, did he got the ticket? Did he got the ticket? What about Nzurumike? He destroyed Obibo, killed our people. Over 1,000 Igbo youth, young women and youth killed, and over 1,000 sent to the north. Some of them raped to death. Him and Tambo Wal going to presidency. Did Nzurumike smell anything ticket to the presidency? Did he got it? How many of them can we count? How many? Okay, he's busy now, killing our youth in Imo State. For whatever, for what reason? Nobody knows. Fulani will use you, destroy your own people. In the end, they will push you to the ditch. That is why we are telling our people that you need to, this fire that we have managed to get from the land of the dead and bring and hand over to you, don't extinguish it. Don't let it go off your hand. They are coming now playing with you with this valuable thing that we have put in place to protect our land, to use it when it's necessary. They want to destroy it. They want it to look like a, sit at home is not something that you can use in future. We will tell you when we need it. But at this very juncture, there is no reason whatsoever for any sit at home at this very moment. It's not that we don't need sit at home when it's necessary. We need it when it's necessary, not now. There is no call for it, no reason for it. The people who are calling this want to use it to harm you at this critical busy time of the year. And we are warning you in advance. Listen to Radio Biafra. We will not deceive you. We have traveled, we have tested this life, we have studied here. We have seen how society is being built. We have seen how society is being developed. We have seen how countries being run. And this is what we are trying trying to put in your mind to know how to be disciplined, how to listen. When somebody's talking, you listen very carefully, know where he's going. At least IPOB is the only organization in place now in Biafra land speaking for our people, both home and abroad, both on the international level, both on international community, both in the UN. No order, no order. Don't let them wrestle this off from you. Don't let them take this away from you. Support IPOB leadership. Protect them as we are fighting for you as well. Writing a letter for it. No other organization. They want to destroy it. Our people, be wise and open your eyes. Be wise. We have come so far and we can never deceive you. This is nearly 10 years of me in this struggle, including my fellow comrade, Mazi Nzurumike. I met them. We started all this earlier with Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu. And we are not going to lie to you. We work hard. We are individuals that have professions here. We work in this country, we contribute to the society where we find ourselves. So basically, we don't need much about you from home. We only want to have you to have a better life. Don't let anyone fool you. IPOB, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, led by Mazi Chikedozem, we have never at any point failed you all these years until when they kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu last year. They want to put a seed of discord against you with your people, with the leadership, so that you follow criminals. By the time you realize it, they would now hand you over to the Fulanis. Remember, no other organization, no other group, Ohanes and Digbo cannot even come out in the Western world now and stand up and said, we had, and I'm asking them, Ike Kuremadi is where he is now, regardless of what his crime is. Somebody of that high profile, no Igbo group, no Eastern group that organize themselves and come here and ask for his whereabouts. What happens to him? If this man happens to be a Hausa man or Fulani, you would have seen every week northern group and northern organization, different name, you'll be seeing them pouring into UK here, fighting to get their man released. Look at all these Fulani high-profile terrorists. None of them is in prison. None of them is in jail. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is only talking through microphone and flag, self-determination, which the zoo is signatory to, both on the international and to their domestic laws. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been acquitted and discharged, and they don't want even to obey their own law. No other organization is talking about it. Ohanes and Digbo is not talking about it. No, your so-called politicians and not those people you feel like you elected are not saying anything. Now, who speaks for you? It's still the same IPOB. Even when we are under siege and under attack by our own people we are fighting to protect, we are still the one talking, engaging the Western world, engaging the leaders of the world, engaging people that matters, drawing the attention of our people, the world to the plight of our people. And they are responding. You must remain disciplined. You must listen to the Radio Biafra. You must listen to this leadership that Onyendu have established and put in place to guide you safely to the promised land. Don't let enemy rob it off you. Don't let them destroy it. Don't let them instigate you to destroy it by yourself. They will not be there to do it in physical, but they will send some of you, give you some what we're doing. Any organization without discipline cannot stand. Any organization without structure cannot stand. And this is what Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu have done. And that's what we are holding upon. That our people, if we ask you to stop at this critical, you stop. This is what Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu have went to Abuja and fought for. Take the power away from them. This criminal election, you have to go to them and take your election, your own local election. You have to go to UK, Britain, and take authority and seek for their approval. Then how can you be equal to them if you cannot say to them enough is enough? Remember the Northerners. When Jonathan was there, they were trooping, 19 governors were trooping to White House to Obama every week. Every week they were going there until Jonathan was removed. You see them doing the same thing again. There were the same air of fire that is going to UK today, coming to Europe freely, threatening them last election that if they ever meddle into their business, how they're gonna want to rig the election, they will have themselves in a sack bag. They will be sent back to Europe in a sack bag. Erofai made open. Imagine an Igbo man, Igbo high profile, making an open threat to Europeans that if we see you here, you will be go in a body bag. But Erofai made it, and he's going around here like coming to UK like no man business. And our people, open your eyes, and it's only Biafra. Anything less than this Biafra, we are finished. On this note, I want to use this also opportunity to announce this. In Dublin here, there will be, after this Sunday, the next upper Sunday, so we'll be having an end of the year meeting here in Dublin, and we are using this opportunity to invite our people here, the Igbo Union and other community groups here in Ireland to join us. We will also have a small fundraising that day. We are planning to have a small fundraising to support our people, Enugu people. There's a very big community of Enugu people here. I don't see them sometimes support what we are doing. So, but I think with what is happening in Enugu, this will be an opportunity for them to come out and support what we are doing. And also the professors, our people who are PhD holders in Europe and in America. Like I said, you people never had any platform to lobby for the killings, over the killings of our people back home. And now IPOB is here. At least you can use this to lobby to any important office to draw the attention of what is happening back home. Because as I said before, there was no organization. There's nothing that can stand for the Eastern people, the people that come from that part of the world. There's no proper organization that has that, structure to do it. IPOB has the structure, and we have representatives. We are registered, like I said, we are registered in every country we are in. So if you want to come in and speak under the IPOB structure, drawing the attention of the carnage and the killings, the raping and the destruction that is going on in our land, this will be very, very awesome, and it will be a welcome development. We are open-handed. We open our hand widely to welcome all of you to come in, so that our people are suffering and our people are helpless. Helpless. It's very painful that we have these professors here in America, in Canada, in Australia, everywhere, and they are unable to come together because there was no platform. But IPOB is here now. Join us from any part of the world, like our sister Uju did in the last few months. And she's still doing till this very moment. please join our movement and also use the platform to draw the attention of the world of what is happening to us as a race and the reason for us to free ourselves from these clutches of the enemy, so that we can clean the mess in our land, we can clean the oil spillage, we can have at least a common decent life. And this is what I'm appealing to our people, and also call for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu immediate release. He has committed no crime. Your courts have proven it, and we're also calling the world to come in and also grant us this self-determination we are requesting is within our right. 70 million people, we have lost not less than 15 million people since 1945 up until this very moment. We have lost more than over 15 million people at the hand of Nigeria. Nigeria only functions at the blood of Igbo man, and we cannot continue to allow this to happen. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, Mazi Jonathan, and we'll be sitting by to take maybe a few calls before we call it a day. Thank you very much.
There, Mazi. Deputy, I think we have to go to open lines. Over to
Mazi Jonathan, we are going to take few questions, of course. Before I'll be back to wrap up, I'll have some few announcements to make. But meanwhile, let's have some few questions if there are some few questions.
Okay, there'll be, I think so. And do not forget that we are live and direct here on Radio Biafra House of Service, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is Today is the 8th day of December 2022. Being Thursday, we will go into a few minutes break, and when we come back, we will open the line so that people will call, just few calls, to ask questions, if any, mostly, or give their views in a nutshell. Please do not go away, as we shall be right back in a jiffy. Don't go away.
Have defeated them in their own court of law. And Katrina Lang is not even caring about a British citizen that has been discharged and acquitted in the court. She never made any stand or make any comment. But she's talking about 23 elections. Staying in Cross River and River State, dancing. And tomorrow you will see her going to the Fulani and dance with also Fulanis. A very short, ugly woman. You people are looking at her. And she will arm some of you to go and kill your own people, burn them. And are you telling me she's not seeing, she's in Nigeria? Are you telling me she's not seeing the killings in Igbo land? Are you telling me she's not seeing it? Are you telling me that the British are not seeing it? How many barrels of oil that was discovered these people were stealing through our coast? Barrels of oil. And this pig in the creek called Asare Dokobo is not seeing that. Thousands, billions of barrels of oil stolen from our own land. But if you stole any phone here, you will go in prison here. But they are in our land, polluting our land. I ask them question. All this, their mantra. To anybody that you see, whenever you see them, ask them this question. You are talking about the so-called your Buhari that died. You brought a fake one, using him to run the country today. That you never see him condemning the killings of the so-called Nigerian citizens. He goes around talking about climate change. That is what is pushing Fulani from the north to the east. And I'm asking Katrina Lang, and I'm asking British authority who are listening. I know your agents are listening today. This climate change you're talking about, what about the oil pollution that you have caused in our land? What about the ecosystem destruction that you have caused in our land? Now, what about the damage, the waterways that you have damaged with oil to destroy our land? Can you compare that to your so-called, your fake climate change? What is worse than this climate change, this ecosystem that you have damaged in our land with the oil pollution? Can you tell us that? You people are hypocrites. Doing your hypocritical analysis that you're doing, you think that
To you through Radio from London. Our lines are now opened, but please, it will not be too plenty. It will be a few, so you try to call on our numbers. And if you have any question, clarifications, or any contributions, if any, but make it as brief as possible. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Please, when you call, go straight to the point. Stop. Do not, start on preambles. Please limit the preambles, thanking and all the rest. Please, this is not the time. Our land, we are in a fight. Please, when we will thank ourselves is when Biafra is restored. So we go direct to the questions or contributions or clarifications as you may wish. I have a first caller on Signal. Caller on Signal, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
Welcome to the program, please.
Mazi Jonathan, good evening, sir.
There, whoa.
My comrade, DOS members, good evening from me.
Please, your
My
name.
name is Mazi Fine.
Okay, go on.
Please, I don't have a question to ask because I'm not an ignorant. I know the right thing to do, and I know the right channel to listen. But I want to use this opportunity to encourage our people that let them endeavor to listen to Radio Biafra and get the proper and direct information from Radio Biafra. I want to urge them to stop listening to outside talks. The people that talk both of their mouth, the people that is irrelevant, giving them or saying something that can never help them. Let them stop doing that. I'm urging them. Let them continue listening to Radio Biafra because Radio Biafra is where you get the authentic information. But I want to just promise the zoo government and the Britain, let them release our leader because our leader did not do anything. He is innocent. Mazi, as I have already telling you that my father fought the war. In this our generation, I want to let Nigeria government know that I'm in the struggle to liberate our people. My father is still alive. My brothers is in the struggle. My father is only my father that fought the war during the war. But now I and the brothers and my sisters is in the struggle under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi. Is how many people? But during that time, it's only my father. But now we are about 4 in the struggle. Continue fighting for the freedom of our people. This time they can never get any foot of their land or for our land. They can never put their foot in our land this time around. We are going to tell them we, the new generation of freedom fighter under IPOB leadership,
led by our leader Mazi Nnamdi. I got for this year. We can never leave any land to Fulani people.
There, Mazi.
Now come, Mazi, let me just stop here because I know that you people don't have time. But we are not going to back down.
Of course.
Until Biafra come.
Of course.
Mazi, thank you.
There were. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
There were. Mazi, your voice is not coming out as supposed to. I don't know. If you are using any device, you remove it, please. Go on.
What I want to say is about the explanation, not a question. Because when this about it come, the first person that sent it to me was mom. I was very, very sorry. I debunked immediately. I told her that because I traveled to the East, so I told her that I was playing with Biafra and I was talking about the leader of the lawyer was said everything about when man interviewed me. He said everything. I told her that it's nothing concerning this person you are saying with Biafra. Mazi, I don't know if our talent are in the bush working, but if we should, I think our contribution should be more on education. Because you see,
Mazi, can you remove your phone from speaker? Let you remove off the speaker, please. I think that is the cause.
Yeah, Mazi, he's not a speaker. I don't know.
Okay, go on.
But I think we should focus on for Radio Biafra. I know our ESN, they are doing a great work, but if our Radio Biafra has more power, the people alone will respond to ESN. Our radio doesn't have power as necessary because some people, when they hear Radio Biafra, they say that how come the Nigerian government cannot shut this down? Which means this is a great people we have, but we need to empower it by making it to go viral, as in viral in the sense of because anybody that is using a smartphone and not following Radio Biafra, we have lost that person already. But those people that don't have a smartphone, they use not get touch the in our village. We still have power over those people, and they will be the one to spread the news more in the village because all this WhatsApp, they spread total news. I think this fundraising should be made for every time. The other day I called Nzurumike so that I will contribute to Radio Biafra. The price is what I have. I contributed. So people should play this Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra was on during the when people was still in black more of now. That nobody could do Radio Biafra will not do Radio Biafra. And I think this I know we are trying. We should import more power. Only a message or two from either our broadcasters from one village to you, the last person there every day. It's enough to change somebody. Let me stop here.
There were. Yeah, what I understand by what you're saying, because the voice is not too clear, is about the need to spread more the Radio Biafra frequency modulation, that is FM, in Biafra land. There are many challenges, yes. It is going on, but our people, we should not be given excuses anyway, because this is a digital world. It doesn't matter the village in our land. Let us not give too much excuse as if, oh, this is the reason. No. All these rumors and propaganda also, they are not coming digitally. It's through analog. The only thing is that we must continue to have common sense. Mazi, I don't know whether you want to say anything about it. Deputy Mazi, Isaiah. Any of you want to say anything?
Mazi, I don't know whether it's comment, I don't know whether it's a question. In any case, it is very valid, and we've taken note of that. We have continued to review the issues, the availability of our relay stations and their efficacy on the ground. And this time around, we will also once again do so. Our media head and the media personnel are very, very hardworking people. They are always looking into all these issues. And if there are still problems in that very regard, we can assure our listenership that these very issues are going to be rectified, and of course, relay stations be made available wherever necessary. Definitely, he is on point because if people have to get a message, they need the medium to get a message. Thank you.
Of course. And I think last few days the Nkpo station was restored, because I think it's been a long time that Nkpo was out. But we must continue. We must continue. It's a very tedious work, honestly speaking. There are many things involved, but we are in a fight and we will never stop. I want to pick caller or call from direct line, because only when people are talking that calls start flowing in. Okay. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Caller on direct line.
To my brother.
There were Mazi, go and welcome to the program. There were Mazi, are you listening through FM?
I'm listening with the regulator, yes.
With the FM, I mean, are you listening through the radio? It's clear, right?
Yeah. I'm happy today that Simon Ekpa has exposed himself. So people have known that that man is not a good man. For reason this at home. I have nothing more to say than thank God, because people have known that this man is outside of HDOS. Thank you very much.
There is no seat at home. No seat at home. Everybody should go to his or her normal businesses. Any person that is trying to enforce any useless seat at home, please go. The order is go after that person or group of people. It is not from IPOB.
Yes, we have moved. Today we have understood that this man is an armed robber. Owazike is better than this Simeon Ekpa. Today this man has exposed himself to the whole world and the whole Biafran land. Nobody will obey him right now, for starting from today. Thank you for God for allowing him to put this shit at home, so that people have understood the type of mama that man is. Is worse than P2B and all the rest that is. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you. We want to just bastardize one of our modus operandi, but we will never allow it. Caller us on WhatsApp and Signal. Please continue holding on. Caller on direct line. Go on, please. Caller on direct line.
Good evening, sir.
There were Mazi.
Good evening, sir. Uncle, good evening, all of you. Nnamdi Kanu, anyway, I greet you so much. My name is Nnamdi. Today, I do not know how to say this, but to be honest, from the bone marrow, from the blood of mine, I am not shaking. Even if in the dream, Uncle, like you said when you were presenting your program tonight, in the dream, it's better I die following you people than following any other person. Do you understand? So, but now I want to ask this question. In as much as I know that we have the best structure, the best administration, the best of the best, even in heaven and on earth, I still want to ask this question. Because when I was listening to Mazi, the legal luminary who, on behalf of the entourage of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's, our lawyers who went to visit him when he was making that presentation of the message he brought for us alongside after the visit. I came to think of so many things. See, I think they should know that we have so much traitors and a lot of people who are looking out to get one mistake that they will capitalize and begin to mess around. Now, I am asking because it is only when I hear from Radio Biafra, I will act on that. And also, if I'm hearing from Radio Biafra, it must be from either Mazi Chika or from any of you people now seated here today, or maybe from Mazi Chinasanworo. And if any other thing should be added, I think you people always give us information to say, please, so person like Emma Powerful, Emma Powerful will do this, will give this remark and this presentation. Now, I'm saying I'm not opting out for what I believe and what I will always die in need. All I'm saying is that this will bring a room for people to begin to act. Why is it that the Ifeanyi Ejimofo and our executive did not tell us in the pre-notice that so person who worked together with them is coming to present this voice note and all that to us? I know a lot of them who are listening to us now will be happy hearing me saying this, but I just want us to do this. I want you to liaise with the legal luminary and tell them to come on stage. And as you people are talking now, to let us know, yes, you people permit him, he was with you people, and we asked him to say this to us. Because so many of them begin to overreact, that something is wrong, that all this while is only Ifeanyi Ejimofo, Uncle Ifeanyi Ejimofo, and when Ejimako is there, and also Ezekome, that's the only people they know. So all of a sudden, what happened that somebody came, the voice note and all that. So I'm only saying, because to me, without anybody bringing information to me, I will believe in Nnamdi Kanu and you people until I die in this struggle. This is me. So I'm only asking that after now, please, you talk to them and let them understand that we want to know in the people who are responsible pass information to us anytime they are going there. That's the only thing I want to say. Thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you out there. Bye and good night.
There were. Mazi Isaiah or Deputy, do you want to say anything?
Yes, I would like to go into this, particularly on this very matter. It's very, very important. I understand where he's going, and I think that that our brother is definitely a hardcore. But please, a situation like this, we say in Igbo language, we have our legal practitioners and advocates who represent our leader. These people have got their professional job. They are not officers of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. And that is why you cannot all the time, at all places, expect them to, dabble into what we do or somehow, always be available to communicate. In IPOB, we have channel of communication, and that is why we have a structure. That is why we have the Directorate of State. That is why we have the head of the Directorate of State. That is why we have the deputy. That is why we have the continental reps. That is why we have the national coordinator, and so on and so forth. So that is why we all say, here on Radio Biafra is where we worship, and that is where we get our information. So if it is sanctioned by the leadership and propagated by the leadership and conveyed by the leadership, it is real. you better take it. Ndewo.
There were. And Mazi, I don't know what he said also, which I, to my own understanding also, he also meant about structuring the output from the legal theme. That's what I mean. That is what I think he also meant. Not, you know, just any person, because there are many lawyers, there are many attorneys. You know, any person maybe put on voice is good. It's not bad, but I don't know whether you understand what you know.
Yeah,
I try to understand so that any person cannot just come out and while driving he make a voice note on WhatsApp and say, oh, I just come out. You know, look at what happened, this and that. So it can also cause a kind of maybe misunderstanding.
Mazi, I want to say something to that regard.
Yeah, that's what I so that the insight,
yes,
more
actually,
insight.
yeah, Mazi, yeah, yes. What that brother, that Onyemuchichku said, is a very very valid point. Is like you said, he's a hardcore. Even from
he is
the way he speaks, you will know a true Biafran. You know, so the point he made is very valid, and I believe sometimes we understand some of the situations, but we don't want to put our legal teams down in the public regardless. The suggestion and the point he picked up is a very valid one, which I believe some of them are listening to us on the radio. I believe some of the legal practitioners are listening to us. I mean, IPOB legal practitioners. And of course, I was not, I don't want to say much on that. And I believe some of the assigned officers that are communicating to this our legal teams will get in touch with them and also draw the attention to this particular case, because it's very important we coordinate ourselves. And this now goes back to what I was saying earlier, that what we are trying to do now before we launch into the new nation called Biafra is a nation build, and some of these things we need to correct them, understand how nations is being run, how everybody knows their limits, where to stop, and what to do when and what not to do. So these things are what we're battling now, because our people have been devastated with the system we find ourselves in which I don't blame them. It affects both the ones in the grass school and themselves. This is how it affects everybody. So you only see the best, and sometimes you see them in a very good environment. Then you see the best out of them, the good ones. But once you are in the zoo, I remember one time I came home and I was trying to use the method of the way we drive here. My brother was laughing at me. Oh, but you will sit, you will wait here until Christ come. They won't let you. You have to behave like a madman like them. You can imagine. For years, I have to now behave like a madman to be able to cross my way. You see, that is the whole situation. But regardless, he made a valid point, and definitely we'll make sure that this matter is being communicated to some of our people, so they won't be putting themselves into also harm's way while trying to save our people. The situation is very frustrating. I can understand the lawyers' concerns as well. Thank you very much.
Though the lawyer, he did not do anything wrong, because he also introduced himself, is verifiable. So we are just saying it, for clarity's sake anyway. And it's a question.
Mazi, let me just add one point there. You see, there is a difference in the makeup or the body of this very message that was delivered compared to some of the lawyers that will come and somehow deliver a message, that borders on the modus operandi of this very movement. That is where we have concern. We don't have any issue with a lawyer that brings a message of hope, a message of discipline, and that has been sanctioned by the leadership, because the leadership, once the leadership allows that message to go, sanctions it, or okays it, or tells you that this is in order, it means it is in order. Of course, there are some messages that will come out at some point that appears to do with the dealings of the internal IPOB operation that is, in so many ways only exacerbating the very tranquility we all yearn for. So that is something that I know maybe that is why the brother came to say this, because sometimes you have one or the other person that will come out and say things that somehow causes some incendiary, and that of course is not acceptable, and that is why at some point repudiated by the leadership, because things like that need to be be evaluated before they are somehow put in the air. So, but in this case, we also have to understand where our leader is, his situation, and to understand that things might not always be perfect in that very, very, regard, when it comes to communication. But he is right. If he will listen to Radio Biafra and understands that the leadership allows that to go on, it means he will fall in line. And I thank him for that understanding. I think if every Biafran will have that understanding, we won't have much problem.
Of course. The key word there is being sanctioned by the leadership. That is the key word.
Exactly.
That is the key word.
Exactly.
Because once anything is being sanctioned by the leadership, it's finished. So that's it. We must continue. Let me go to caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. You have been here since 22 minutes. Go on, please, Mazi.
I can hear you, Mazi. Good evening from here.
There, Mazi.
Yeah, my name is Amy Chris. I'm calling from here. I want to thank the members of the HDOS, Mazi and the Mazi Nzurumike. What Mazi Azayuba said, respond to this issue right now, was a very, very cogent one, because he made a point. Gida is a disease, very serious one. It has affected our people in the brain and in the blood. So sometimes our people become Thomas. If they don't see it with their eye, they don't believe. I think that is why I think at this own side, I prefer what he said more better. But in nutshell, to continue what I'm saying, my dear brothers, I want to thank this leadership for coming up on radio this period of this criminal from Finland to tackle this issue of sit at home. Immediately, this issue was announced, and they are coming within 2 days now to tackle it. And it is very, very important. And I'm pleading to them. Whenever issues of this manner, even the governors, even the Malame, they respond. One of our HOD must come online, at least on radio like this, and talk about the issue and respond to them. And that is the result of the effective of Nigerian bad blood into the system of our, even those in diaspora, as I said, even those educated one will also doubt a lot of things. So they need, So that is the side I want to thank them for their effort and what they're doing. So another thing I want to urge the HOD, please. This is just a request, or what? How will I call it? They have opened a line where information are passed from home, and they are getting a very good information. And I would like to plead to them, if they can open a line, keep it down, either those in Europe, those in Asia, or those in America. But it will be controlled by the HODs to get information from principal officers or members from that unit. Every unit must have that number. Once something happens in the unit, that person can write or send audio message. Yeah, see, this is what is happening in my unit. Because most time, issues will arise. Maybe the national coordinator or somebody concerned must trap it down. It will not get to your doorstep. It will not get to a table, and you will not know what is going on until it expands and it become problem in the unit and cause a lot of harm. But when this issue may be housed, it will be do as I am just suggesting. You people can stop this thing before it arrives to another level. So I'm pleading, if a line can be opened down where the local, even the ordinary IPM member can say, this is what is happening in my unit. Perhaps this member have already contacted the national coordinator. Maybe the national coordinator are in good time with the zonal coordinator. If he will put the thing on the stupid table, and it will raise to become a problem in the unit. So if this line can be opened where everybody can reach, it will become so you will get every information you need within the IPOB families all over the world. And they can even solve the problems before it will rise to the point. So this is a suggestion I'm trying to make. And also, once again, to thank you people for coming on radio now to debunk this criminal in Finland. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Well, Mazi, do you want to say anything? You made a very valid suggestion.
Yes, real quick, Mazi. We do have inquiry line. It is called inquiry line. That line is not limited to any. Has no limitation. That means, like he said or suggested, anybody can go there and make an inquiry, drop a message by way of voice note, video, or by words. You can send your message there. It has been in existence for a while. It's not new. Maybe to his nations, he is not aware that this is available. So I just want to inform him that we do have such. In case anybody wants to send a message in that very situation, the inquiry line is available, and that is the purpose of that very inquiry line. I think, Mazi, I think that answers the question.
Okay. Caller what's up? Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me? Thank you so much. Good evening, my fellow Biafrans, IPOB worldwide. My name is Okweike Chuku. I am calling from Spain, Malaga, and I am from Nsukka province, Udenu local government. First of all, I want to thank HDOS for sending Eastern Security Network to Hamufu. Honestly, sending Eastern Security Network to Hamufu is one of the best Christmas gifts HDOS give to me personally. Even though Hamufu people betrayed Eastern Security Network last year and give chance for Fulani herdsmen to invade there and kill them, HDOS forgive them and send rescue this year again. And I believe the people of Hamufu have learned their lesson. I will never forget what happened in August last year how Fulani herdsmen hold a pregnant woman in a hamufu, open her belly in her life, and remove her baby from her belly. And this woman screaming, Jesus, 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 until she collapsed and died. Every day by day, this strategy rings in my ear. And after the following 2 days, the people of the victim went to police station to go and take permission for them to bury the victim. And do you know what the division of police in the Hamufu said to the people that own the disease? I quote, the Nigerian Police Hamufu Division in East Uzo local government area of Enugu State has asked the people of Mbuji community to sign an undertaking that they will allocate land to the Fulani people, accept and live together with them whenever they return to the community before they could release the corpse of those killed by the herdsmen to the family member to bury. I hope the world are listening. This is what police told the victim, that they must accept to live with Fulani terrorists before they will give them the disease to bury. This is to show that Nigerian government is the actor that has sponsored this terror to kill our people. Anthony Blinken, or is it Anthony Blinken? I hope he is hearing me. Because anytime these people are committing atrocity against us, the world will keep quiet. All what they are looking for is for us to do a mistake. They will sponsor people to tarnish our image so that they will find a way to nail us, but they will fail. And I'm also using this opportunity to send a message to those who are sharing so-called banner of sit at home in Ubolafo. We have a lot of reports yesterday in Ubolafo, because yesterday was our day. This group of people enter Ubolafo market and they are sharing letters. Say they are a sit at home, they must sit at home for 5 days. And I'm using the opportunity to tell our people of Udenu that there's nothing like sit at home. Our people of Biafra, Umuchineke, there's nothing like sit at home tomorrow. You must go and do your business. Don't be afraid. Eastern Security Network are there all over everywhere to protect you. Anybody that will come out to do this so-called sit at home and enforce it, you will meet your water alone. And all of you who are doing this dirty job in Udenu, I must tell you, we know all of you. We are monitoring you one by one. All your steps we know. In Andima is Anya Naga Warawara. Uku Naga Warawara, Anya Naga Warawara Afia. The day Iko Gigeju, I ain't got Nando. You must stop following these infiltrators. They don't want Nnamdi Kanu to be free. They don't want the restoration of Biafra. They are working with Nigerian government. The HDOS have said it so many times. Mazi Sanwo-Olu have said it so many times. Mazi Chikedozen have said it so many times. But you all keep your ear dumb. You don't want to listen until you enter your grave. That is when you will listen. Stop following these fools. They don't mean well to you. They don't mean well to us. I don't know how you'll be talking of election of February and you want to at home December. How can doing it at home December will affect February election? We are not even talking about releasing of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are not even telling Nigerian government to obey their cause. We are no longer talking of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What this person are talking about is next year election. It shall never be well with you. All of you who are making this work so difficult for us. All of you who are making this work so hard. Innocent people are dying. Every day by day we are working tirelessly. HDOS are not sleeping. Media warriors are not sleeping. Because of this Ifeanyi Njoku. Don't worry. Mbosi ntacho anewere nchi.
Ndewo Mazi.
Thank you so much.
Ndewo. Thank you.
All hail Biafra.
Almost hail Biafra. Caller on signal. Please go on. Please, people should limit their contributions. Please. Many calls are coming so that we can take as many people. Just go straight to the point and leave so that others will also do the same. Caller on signal, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. A very good evening.
There, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mazi. I greet the members of the HDOS. You guys are doing an heroic work for Biafra. I commend all of you.
Mazi, your voice is so, I don't know, it's inside. I don't know.
Is it okay now?
It's better, please. It's better.
Oh, okay. I will greet the members of the DOS who are here to talk to Biafrans. You guys are doing a very beautiful job. May Chukwu Okike bless all of you. Without missing words, I'm going straight into what I want to talk about now. I want to ask, is it possible that the documents of how 10 million people were killed between 67 and 70, the Biafran War, should be circulated to all media warriors? Because the world should be notified about what happened. And secondly, we want the people causing the problem in our Biafra land to know that nobody has monopoly over violence. If the Fulanis were not afraid, why did they tell people to submit their guns, their Dane guns, before they started coming? They are humans. They can die. So they should understand that nobody has monopoly over violence. And thirdly, Mazi, British and French in Europe fought Nazi Germany for their freedom. Nobody should dictate to Biafrans or Ipob on how to fight for our freedom. Freedom is fought for, it's not given. There's no apology for such. Ipob Biafran should go the way both countries went during the World War II. Let them come and tell us that freedom is not sacrosanct. The USA fought for freedom against Britain. They won it. Nobody has the right to tell us anything about freedom. It is our freedom we want, and we will get it. And lastly, but not the least, Mazi, I will want IPOB leadership to think about creating a comic book for children, for our children, to start reading, learning about Biafra and all our saints. The Aba Women Riot, the Ekumeku War, the Civil War, about Mazi Nnamdi, Kanu. Please, it is very important. The reason why I'm saying this is because I remember when I was growing up, I was reading a lot of books, a lot of comical books. I read about Mighty Thor. I never knew that Mighty Thor was the person that named Thursday after. So all these things, we should channel all these things too, to start teaching our children about Biafra. And it can be printed in all languages all over the world, where our IPOB or Biafrans are domiciled. So that we start teaching our children about Biafra. And for Tony Mazi, that man is irrelevant to our West. To me, he is a church rat trying to eat from the crumbs of those trying to make Nigeria one. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi. There were. Mazi Patrick, can you hear me? You're there. Oh, sorry, before you come in, Mazi, do you want to say anything? Any of you want to say something about anything? Or should I continue?
No.
Go, okay.
Yeah, carry on.
Mazi Patrick, welcome to the program. Are you there? Mazi Patrick Ikem. Mazi Patrick, are you there?
I can hear you.
Go on, please. Go on. Welcome to the program.
Okay. Thank you. I want to send my greetings to our leaders over there, our deputy European rep and our deputy HOD. I want to say thank you for being on the radio this evening. Biafrans really needed your presence, and I know that from the response you can see that people are excited. They are happy to hear from their leadership, because that was where it all started. They told Biafrans to stop listening to Radio Biafra because they understand that if you're able to cut that communication between the leadership and the followership, you have already, gone halfway in defeating your enemy. So they started with the propaganda of trying to disenchant Biafrans from listening to Radio Biafra, where the leader of Ipob, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, told everybody that is where the gospel is and where we worship. That signal alone for intelligent people are supposed to know that the enemy is at the gate. But unfortunately, some of our people could not even identify at that point that the enemy is at the gate. Because for your leader, who you claim you follow, say that any information that doesn't come through Radio Biafra should not be considered as a legitimate information. And somebody tell you not to listen to that source of source of information where you are directed, that is where the message you should be listening to is coming from, and you are not able to identify your enemy, then you know that our people have a long way to go. That is number one. Secondly, there is our brother that also made a point here that the lawyer should come and speak on the radio.
The Mazi Nzurumike.
All those things are not needed, because even if the lawyers come from Nati tomorrow, people who will not still believe will not believe. And it's not the duty of the lawyers to bring message from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and start sending to Biafra. There is a pattern that messages goes, and the one we had, the voice note that is in question now, the lawyer introduced himself, told them he didn't hide his identity, direct message to. So how else do you want him to? Question now, the lawyer introduced himself, told them he didn't hide his identity, direct message to. So how else do you want him to? Question now, the lawyer introduced himself, told them he didn't hide his identity, direct message to. So how else do you want him to?
Officers that are communicating to this our legal teams will get in touch with them and also draw the attention to this particular case, because it's very, very important we coordinate ourselves. And this now goes back to what I was saying earlier, that what we are trying to do now before we launch into the new nation called Biafra is a nation build, and some of these things we need to correct them, understand how nations is being run, how everybody knows their limits, where to stop, and what to do when and what not to do. So these things are what we're battling now because our people are being devastated with the system we find ourselves in which I don't blame them. It affects both the ones in the grass school and one itself. This is how it affects everybody. So you only see the best and sometimes you see them.
Allow them to take it. So that when they get to the short end of the road, they will still return back. Is it not this IPOB? All of them will still come back. You understand? So all we just have to do is maintain the cool, talking to people who still want to know. But you saw these people rigmaroling, running up and down, looking for shortcuts to get Biafra. They will still come back while we are here looking at them. I want to say thank you very much, Mazi, for giving me the time.
There were. We must continue. I have callers. Let me see who was there first. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, good evening, Mazi Chinedu.
There were.
My name is Chukwudi. I'm calling from Italy. Good evening, Biafran. Good evening, Deputy HOD and Mazi Azayoba. I greet you all, and I also greet Biafrans all over the world and lovers of freedom. I thank you, and I thank God who give us Mazi Nnamdi. Is a source of inspiration and Biafrans. I'm very happy to be part of this family and this movement. And I thank God for our leadership because it's the highest gift God have given us through Mazi Nnamdi. Last time I said that the generation of Britain who have been fighting and trying their possible best to hold us down, they are not the ones now. But the structure Mazi Nnamdi have put in place have been there for us and they have been helping us. I also witnessed tonight that the character of the DOX speak more than their voice. And I'm happy even when one of the DOS, Mazi Azayoba, was saying something this night. He said that about the nation building. And Mazi Nnamdi has been saying it. And I believe that Mazi Nnamdi said that we build a Biafran till up to 75 years. And I believe that the building of Biafra have started now. And I thank God for the people he has been using. Our structure, the way it is and how it's going. I'm grateful to God. I also want to tell you that last time I was the one who asked a question. I asked one of our senior comrades, Mazi, China Sanwo-Olu, what can somebody do to him and he will leave the Biafran struggle? The response he gave to me, the first response was clear to me. And I'm very happy the way he responded and tell us that all of us, we are participating, we are a stakeholder in this Biafran struggle. I asked that question for a purpose. It's just to learn and for others and all our brothers and sisters to learn from it. Because what we have been suffering, we have been subjugated to be suffering for a long time, from generation to generation, for decades have been suffering. And that's why I asked myself that question before I threw it to him. I said that nothing will ever make me to leave this Biafran struggle, no matter what, because these people, they don't want to give up. They don't want to leave us to live in our own land. It's very sad. And I want to say something tonight, which of some of us will bear me witness that we are speaking now. What of our people who are mad in different parts of the world? Nobody knows that they are existing. it's only this Biafra will rescue all of them. But no problem. Let me not just flood issues. Please, I want to make an announcement, please.
Mazi, go on, please, and round it up. Be brief, be brief. Many calls are coming.
Okay. Please, we are having end of the year meeting and the ESM fundraising by this Sunday, 11th day of the month, and we always have meeting every second Sunday of the month. So if we are having it in IPOB Roma. So if you are coming and you are missing road, please, we are having it in 10 minutes. If you are coming and you are missing road, please call this number 351 11 33 004. The second one 351 01 25 761 351 02 34 690. Thank you. Bless you and God bless Biafrans. Good night.
And you too. Remain blessed. Caller on. It seems people are not asking questions. Mazi, they are just making contributions. Most when we need questions, no person will ask. Caller on.
Mazi,
yeah.
Please, strictly for questions because I've got some few announcements to make.
Okay.
Whoever comes on board should indicate whether he has questions or not.
Okay, and that is it. Caller, you hear the directive. If you don't have questions, please, it's better you reserve for another day. Don't call. These calls are strictly for questions. We know the reason why we are soliciting for all these questions from time to time because, you know, some people, they used to complain that, look, why not people, when there is time for question, people are calling. They don't allow people that have question to call. That is why we always talk about this. So that if you don't have questions, their Radio Biafra is there 247. You can call any other time to give your suggestions or to talk. No problem about it. But once a directive is given, please let us abide by it. Because there are many people that wants to know something or clarification questions. Please. Caller on signal. Welcome to the question. Welcome to the program. Please go direct to your question. Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Dede Jonathan Chishike. Dede Isaiah Obonu Chishike. My name is Okechukwu Ejiko. I'm from Omo province. And I'm calling from Aba province. And I ask this question, Dede Isaiah. Why is it all these governors, all these religious leaders in Biafra land, keeping silent and our leader discharged and acquitted before the whole world? And they want to do election. That Isaiah. Number one, and again, because by having and now that they will not say that we are arrogant because then I'm the Kanu will come. And every human race on this earth knows that Biafrans we are different race, and this is our land. And they want to kill us and take our land. After 10 million massacres of our ancestors, that's the Jonathan nature. We have common sense, that's the Jonathan. We are not afraid of any nation. Yeah. If the option is we are decided that only with self-determination. So that is a yeah. And you want to get life. And you that's the Jonathan your jacket. But we are afraid of. Are we afraid of who? If the God is not the water. It's not a promise. Am I not a friend? Let the governor say Biafra our leader. Are we disturbing them for election? Let them all can play election together. And they can. Let me take them second Maccabees, chapter 10.
Mazi, leave it for another day, please. Mazi, let him answer your question. Leave it for another day, please. There were. Because of time, our deputy HOD have some announcements to make.
Mazi.
Yeah, please just let me take these few calls. I don't know whether you have anything to say about what our brother asked about the silence of our political echelons in Biafra land.
Mazi, very simple. One is their culpability. You know, culpability. It means that they work together with these enemies. They are culpable, you know, in what has happened. If you watch the events that led to what is happening right now, you find out that definitely the so-called governors initiated the very havoc practices embarked upon by our own enemies. So the reason why they are quiet is because, you see, if you are part of, for example, if you are part of a particular group of people who killed somebody, for example,
or a crime syndicate,
and somehow there's a little bit of conscience left in you, you will lack the boldness to step up to do the needful. So somebody like Judas, who had some conscience left in him, he took his own life, right? We have these governors who did, of course, lack conscience, but for the fact that they don't have, like I said before, they don't have the necessary thing a man does have. So they cannot stand up to do the needful. But sometimes, you see, if you want to show remorse, what you do is you make use of every ample of opportunity and to go and get things corrected, rectified, and that will make it for the day. But not this set of governors. These very, very shameful governors, unfortunately, cannot do so. So the answer is because they were involved in what is happening today. Thank you very much.
There we go. I think we should be rounding up. Let me pick just few other calls. Well, what do you say?
Just very few, and then maybe one or two, and then we'll now go to round up.
Okay. Caller on WhatsApp, please welcome to the program and go direct to your question or questions. Go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp.
Good evening, sir.
Welcome to the program.
Mazi, Nzurumike, good evening. And Mazi, good evening. Yeah, I'm calling from the Zoo Republic. My question is, all these people betraying like Southeast governors and this injunction of a man, is it that they don't know the history? Is it that this genocide and this killing happening this present today, right from time? Is it that they don't have conscience? Is it that they don't know? Or is it that they don't feel it for them to betray this struggle? Because for someone to see the kind of blood that have been spilled, I think they shouldn't be doing like this. They shouldn't be betrayed. They should, all these governors and the rest of them, I don't even think someone should think of betraying this struggle, because the kind of killing happening, the kind of things being laid upon us, the kind of things that have been happening to the whole Igbo race, I don't think people should be betraying the struggle. And my second question is, here in our place, we don't receive this radio from my radio. I think
which side? Sorry, can you just explain the overall side? Not in particular, but which side?
I'm in Mberi now.
Okay,
in Mbitoli local government.
Yes.
Yeah. And I want to make this request, please. I am not a member and I want to be a member. How do I go about it? Thank you.
There we
No, Mazi. Very quick. I think the first question you answered them all. You are the one that asked and the one that answered the question. Those statements you made by way of question were the answers. No feelings, no education, and so many things you said there, all in combination, is what is happening. And of course, selfishness. Okay. To be honest with you, these so-called governors, you know, those of them who become Nigerian presidents, they go there without school certificate. Just an example. So there is nothing you can do to roll back the brain cells, to somehow comprehend what light is all about. They cannot comprehend because they didn't get it from beginning, and therefore no memories, and therefore brain cells, the brain cells that already degenerated, completely backward. So by way of age, of course, and health situation, and then in general, if they were not educated, they wouldn't know, and they are very lazy to learn. Nnamdi Kanu provided a platform where everybody can learn, whether you are a professor, a degree holder, whoever you may be, because this is where we found out that being a PhD holder is not all of it. You have it, but you lack a whole lot. Here on Radio Biafra, people were made to become PhD holders. If Radio Biafra were to issue certificates, we have people who have a PhD degree. Those are people who can come out in the public and teach and have, impact knowledge to the so-called politicians. To be honest with you, they are not educated. Forget about what they say they read or whatever they say they have. They are not educated, and also, to be honest with you, a lot of them learn from Onyedumas and Kanu. They used to listen to Radio Biafra. They used to hide under their beds, by the side of their wives, and tune on the radio and listen to Onyendu. They learned a lot. They forget about their shenanigans, and their fecklessness. They learned a lot. So, my brother, you did answer that question. If the other one has to do with how you can become a member, you can, if there's a way you can inbox our presenter, the number through which you can be contacted. You can do so if he can provide you where you can send that very contact number. Then we can follow it up from there.
There, Mazi. Let me just. Mazi, I will have somebody. Mazi CJ, can you hear me? Welcome to the program, please. We are.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening, Mazi Jonathan. Yeah, good evening, Mazi Over and Mazi Nzurumike, our Deputy HOD. We thank you people so much for what you're doing for our people, and we are here to support you guys till eternity. It doesn't matter what anybody says or what anybody do. I have 2 or 3 questions to ask. One of it borders on this idiotic, moronic Tony Blair, who has lost all integrity in Britain, in the Western world, and in everything that defines logic. Every logical person in this Western world have lost faith in Tony Blair. And Tony Blair has just shot himself in the foot by coming in the way he's coming in to denigrate the people of Biafra, to pour salt on our wounds that he and his generation perpetrated on us. My question here today, I understand that Our leadership are on it already. And I'm glad there's so much interest from our leadership with regard to that issue. Because this is how BBC came out the other time, to try to do a dirty job. They failed. And now Tony Blair. My question is, goes to Mazi Nzurumike. Is the leadership gonna unleash the same venom they unleashed on BBC? Are they gonna unleash it the same way on Tony Blair? That will be my recommendation. Because these people have taken us for a fool for a long time. Secondly, is the leadership, do they have any plan to make us or encourage us to confront these people, particularly Tony Blair and his likes around the world, anywhere they are, in any fora they are? Is there any plan to sponsor people around the world, wherever they are delivering speeches, wherever they gathered, wherever it is, we can fly in there, find our way into that fora and ask confrontational questions to them? Because I think it's about time we begin to confront these people anywhere in the world. It's our right. It's the civilized way of bringing your issues to the people. And our own Nnamdi Kanu have shown the way. It is now clarified, it is now authentic that this is the we confront very civilized, and Biafrans are civilized people. So are the leadership gonna bring in this kind of approach? That's my own view. This approach. Enough of sitting down. We live in all of these countries. We know they come to deliver speeches, to engage with universities, to engage with organizations, institutions around the world where we live, where Biafrans reside. And I'm glad Mazi made a comment about our professors and the academians around the world and the opinion movers that are Biafran stock. That is important they begin now to come up so that they can join hands and see how we can confront these people. Today, warfare is no longer, ammunition or whatever. I don't have
arms and bullets.
It's no longer the way to confront people. Arms and bullets are no longer the way to confront people. You could see it's failing now between Russia and Ukraine. Arms, US and the Western world are now on their knees begging Russia for a roundtable talk, because they know they can't confront this whole thing with arms, but it has to be with talks and good discussion. These people are running away from discussing Biafra, and we must bring it to them. What they did in Biafra, believe you me, anyone that I have time to dip in a little bit about what these people did to us, not minding what they call him, Al Mustafa is spewing out now. If anyone is following what is going on in that the tip of the iceberg, there is so much that people don't know, that we don't know since 1956. But today, please, the DOS, these two questions around Tony Blair and his likes, I want you to address it. Number two,
Mazi, please try to round up.
Question is,
yeah.
This idiot in Finland, I'm rounding up. This idiot in Finland, the zoo and the rest of them just brought in by the back door to destroy. They have failed in so many ones, they will not stop until we stop. It's important that I just brought in by the back door to destroy. They have failed in so many ones, they will not stop until we stop. It's important that I want or something like that. This guy must stop. If he's not stopped, he will not stop. Because here we are in this country. Mazuba is aware of what I'm going to say now. They have gone trying to destroy it with the government. And this was confirmed by one of our people that went on their asylum interview. The government brought out a letter and showed them that some group wrote a letter here to say IPOB DOS is no longer IPOB, that it is them now that is representing IPOB under Nnamdi Kanu. This was revealed to us. The Mazi Jonathan, you could remember there was a day I was trying to get you one Sunday.
Mazi, I don't know.
Was what I was gonna say to room around to follow for so long. The third one and final one.
Mazi,
Mazi,
please round up. Mazi, try to round up. Limit your. Please, you know you are not rounding. Please, we have no time.
The Fulani are gathering. They are gathering. They are gathering in 3 villages in Owerri West, Orogwe, Amakoyubi, and Ndegu. They call it in Owerri West. And these are the ones that were chased out by Agwa people and the Zombe people. And since they were chased out, that was why Wopuzadima moved the Bevago to be killing in Zombe. They want to intimidate the Zombe people because some people chase Fulani. Wow, now they are gathering in these communities. They are increasing in numbers. We have evidence. They are increasing in numbers every day. Is the DOS or whoever is in charge with ESN? Are they going to send people? Are they going to send ESN around there to at least have a look? I know ESN is strained now in terms of resources, but please, very important. I want to know if this can be done. Thank you very much. I had wanted to expand on the announcement, Mazubadi, but our PR is going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether I picked this last caller.
I would like Mazuba to take some of these questions.
Okay, before I take the last caller.
Can you recap the towns he mentioned? Is it Amako here or what? Can you recap?
Mazi, honestly, it's not a zombie anyway. But
it's not zombie. I think Owerri West is said.
Owerri West, yes.
Take that one.
Owerri West,
yes.
he mentioned Izombe and Amako here somewhere there.
He said those from Izombe, those pursued from Izombe. Now came to Amako here and 2 other villages in Owerri West. Yeah, absolutely.
I will get that from him as soon as this program finishes, and then I will pass it to those in charge that will look after that.
Okay, Maz, is there anything you want to quickly answer among the questions?
Well, yeah, based on a few things he said regarding I think which one? I think he mentioned
the BBC treatment to Tony Blair confrontational questioning. I think confrontational questioning.
They say
Amako will not hold anybody from throwing confrontational questioning or heckling or whatever it is. I think that one is clear. But Maz, go ahead anyway.
Yes, let me just go on and say something on our people joining in, as I have said before, because he mentioned that, and also Tony Blair coming into the Nigerian, if you like, those that answers Nigeria into the political arena. Like I said before, it was only on September this Katrina Lang tweeted that declined that they have nothing to do with our meddling into the Nigerian politics. Oh, and then today she came out again and said that there will be there on ground to grant to make sure that the zoo have a successful 2023 election. Now, and Tony Blair, somebody that made a very disgrace of himself during the time when he was prime minister. This man cannot go anywhere in Europe and stand on a podium and talk because of the mess, because of the lies he lied to the British people, invaded Iraq, killed over 1 million Iraqis, and then only for him to come out, and to Nigeria, which they created, call it Nigeria, just to exercise their muscle or present themselves as innocent and pure, because they know there is no light in Nigeria, which they deliberately make sure there is no light, and also they deliberately make sure there is no internet, because light has to work, internet has to work with light, and all these things are put in place to make sure that our people do not get information. This is why our people still live in Stone Age, because they have no access to the internet, they have no access to the outside the world, what is going on at the rate, the speed the world is moving now, and our people have been left behind. The only thing that is functioning and doing very well in Nigeria or in our area is only church, which only preach the interests of the white man that colonized them and make them look like angels, and the angels are white. Everything about to do with the host of heaven are white, and then when it comes to a black man, Satan becomes a black man. But when he was in heaven, he was a white man, he was a good choir master, and when he comes down to the earth, he turns to a black man. It's crazy. This is why they are doing what they're doing in Nigeria. They just come there because they know that people are still in darkness. They don't know what is going on. I mean, Tony Blair, that has the worst record in history. Now he's talking about meddling into the political affairs or domestic affairs. Now, where is Tony Blair in the last 10 years now? Where has he been? How come all of a sudden now he popped up in the zoo election?
Mazi, he's a scavenger. We are talking about the scavenger. The man is hungry. He's looking for where to get petty oil money. And you rightfully said it. He's a genocidist.
Mazi, do not forget, Mazi, let me add here that his wife also is one of the members or co-auctioneers of Dangote. It has something to do with Dangote, the wife of Tony Blair. So they have interest.
That is it. So he knows what he's doing.
Yes.
So definitely, Mazi, the BBC treatment our brother was asking. So the leadership has got its own agenda and the ways of attending to some of these issues. We can only assure you that the Tony Blair matter, that the leadership is on it. The BBC treatment might even be a child's play, because we take his threat very, very seriously. He is a threat to the existence of this very, very family called Biafrans at large. We're not talking about Ndibo only. Those of them who are from Efik, those of them who are from Ijo, those of them from Igala, those of them from Ibibio, all of them, they are affected. Tony Blair is referring to all of them, whether you call yourself Niger Delta or South, you are also under threat. That we must make very, very clear. Otherwise, Mazi, I don't know, I think if there are further questions, let's quickly go into that.
There's just one more person that has been here since 24 minutes. Let him ask his question and you continue towards making the announcements. Caller on signal, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Professor Jonathan. Good evening from my side.
Welcome.
Good evening, members of the Electorate of State. My name is Mazi Celestine Oba, and I am calling from Akwa Ibom State, Biafra, and precisely. Mazi, I have a question and I have an information to tell Biafra. Of course, you just hinted on it, and that's about Tony Blair's wife, Claire Blair. she is a sitting board member of Dangote Group of Companies here in Nigeria. That's the reason why the junk statement he allowed the Anamajiri to publish against IPOB in his organization. My question now is why there are so many defamatory statements from the corrupt, compromised Zoo Nigeria Gota medias against the noble family of IPOB. Even when there are so many press statements stating clearly that people like Eprima are not member, or any official, or any principal servant of this organization. But let me make reference to the publication of Vanguard yesterday, referring to Eprima as a former IPOB leader. Mazi, my question is, why can't we implore some legal sanction to curtail this madness from these compromised Gota Nigerian medias who undermine investigative journalism but sit in the comfort of their offices to report junks? That's my question, Mazi.
There we go. Mazi, now you continue answering this question. You continue towards making the announcements and closing remarks,
Yeah,
please.
I will answer this question now very shortly. Mazi Oba will give us a very short, closing remarks, and then I will go for the few things I want to say, and they would also now close up finally. The issue of Zoo Gota Media has been, is something we've been tackling. It's not from today. Our leader was still, out there when we started battling the media, the Gota media of the zoo. As you all know, some of them decided to be very much precautious. Some of them decided to remain adamantly stupid and very careless, if you will. For those of them who continue to remain careless and to see whether they report their messages in such a way that somehow they will feel doing the bidding of the masters of that very contraption, we shall respond in kind, of course. These statements just came out, and the indigenous people of Biafra, we do study cases by cases, situation by situation, and then we do evaluate, and then we do decide the right measurement of responses that will go to each particular situation. But I must thank you for that, your observation, definitely. So at this juncture, microphone back to Mazi Oba to come up with a very short remark so that I will round up what I have remaining on the table. Thank you so much. And by the way, Biafrans, keep listening. We are not yet done, but we will wrap up very soon. Mazi, go ahead, Mazi Oba.
Yes, Mazi, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Regarding what our brother just said, asking about the zoo media, first of all, the zoo media is not even sparing the zoo itself. You understand? Even anybody that watch the Mustafa, the right hand man of late Abacha, will understand the damage the zoo media have done to itself and to the general public of the wider animals in the zoo. And that is why, they can even continue to spread the news of Katrina Lang when she's denied not to be involving in the zoo politics, while summoning almost the entire the zoo parastatals meeting left and right and center, and at the same time see her in recent time now in Rivers State, while Idera Gold was suffering at the hands of Nigerian government, a fellow woman, a young girl that has a future, and this woman shows no empathy whatsoever. And now the Tony Blair have come up and with his own jamboree But having said that, to those who have one of our brother Mazi CJ Kajetan that actually said asking what the leadership is going to do about to curtail this idiotic man called Tony Blair. At least IPOB leadership have fired the first shot, the warning shot by issuing press statement. I think anybody who have seen that press statement, what we ask our people is to share any press statement that is coming from the IPOB leadership, and also the public secretary Emma Powerful. So it's very important. Once you see some of those press releases, the best thing you can do to share them, because it gets to them, and then they will now know that we have our eye on them, that we are not ignorant of what they are doing. It's very important. That's why we ask you to, listen to Radio Biafra, watch the activities that are coming from Radio Biafra, news lines, and also react to it, not to be listening to this pervert that is answering Ifeanyi Njoko in Finland, so that they will not compromise and destroy the effort we have managed to establish. One thing you have to know, Biafrans all over the world who are listening tonight, is that the leadership have established the presence of Biafra across the globe now, and nobody can take IPOB for granted. I think it was just last week the U.S. government responded denying the allegation that IPOB posed on them or being involved in some certain things that is happening in the zoo. So they came out to say that they are not aware of that. So if IPOB is not doing what is right, the government of the world won't be responding to when we call them up, call them out on some certain, strange activities we are seeing, either them directly are doing or indirectly they are doing it. So we have passed the stage, like Mazi Nwolu said, where IPOB have passed the stage that we're getting to the point now that we are engaging the government that matters around the world. So in summary and in closing remark, as I have said before, I will ask Biafrans to remain loyal. Our leader is fighting hard. Do not do something that will also jeopardize his release. It's very important. That is what the enemy are trying to get you to start doing, and then they will pin it on our leader, saying that he's the one causing it. The insecurity of the zoo have increased since they have kidnapped our leader. They were saying before it was our leader. He's preaching hate and all the rest of it, and they had him, and then the insecurity even get worse. Now the Nigerian government become the rogue state that are actually themselves a government that is fueling insecurity and trying to blame it on the poor people. I don't know where a legitimate government will go into a community over they are looking for one criminal or the other, and then you burn down the house of a civilian that believe in one Nigeria. Now, how is that person going to come out tomorrow and say that he's now a proud Nigerian, even when they don't support IPOB? You go to their house, you burn their houses down. So how would they see themselves? So you can now see that the zoo, the Nigerian government, is actually guilty of what they're accusing us for. So it's very important. We listen to the leadership, follow the structure of IPOB, follow the laid down rules Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have put in place, remain loyal, remain law abiding to the rules and regulation of IPOB. I'm not saying about the zoo. The rules and regulation of IPOB, when we ask you to come out, you come out. When we ask you to sit at home, you sit. When we ask you to march, you march. When we ask, then we can claim responsibility if anything happened. But if you go on your own way, listen to somebody who is not a part of this movement and fall into a ditch, then you don't need to come to IPOB and blame us. These fools in Finland, this gang perverts, I call him Ifeanyi Njoko, that is making noise everywhere. never one day, never one day had any representative that have gone to the zoo court. Never one day sent a lawyer. His gang that he put up, he established across the Biafra land that is raping and kidnapping and destroying, snatching of car. Some of them that were caught in the process, he never sent a lawyer to go and release them. He never asked about them. So all of you who are going out there placing fake posters of sit at home, if we catch you, we will treat you as a criminal you are. This is an order we are giving to Biafrans and also to our men on ground. If we catch any of this idiot that is pasting all these flyers and the posters everywhere in Biafra land, threatening the lives of our people, if we catch you, we will treat you as a criminal you are, because what you're doing is incriminating. You are trying to destroy the life of our people, and we are not going to take it lightly with you. It's better now you desist from what you're doing and go and sit down. When we call sit at home, everybody know we also issued press release. We let the world know that we are the one calling this sit at home, and anything that happens to it, then we take responsibility. You cannot go and commit crime and then pin it on IPOB and the IPOB leadership and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and you think we will sit down here and accept it. That's no longer going to happen. And I'm also using this opportunity to appeal to our people, our professors here in the Western world who are well to do. You have no platform all these years to talk about the welfare of our people. I don't know how anybody in this Western world will have a better life, and seeing what is happening to your village and communities, and the worst part of it, when you don't have platform to express your concern. Our sister Uju Anya said what she said because IPOB were at least able to have presence everywhere. And once she says something, it reverberates everywhere. So I'm also using this opportunity to appeal to our people, professors, individuals who are well to be in, who are well connected, to also use the platform of IPOB to talk about the welfare of our people who are going through trauma at the hands of Nigerian government at this very moment. Our land is being soaked with our own blood, and this can no longer, be allowed to continue. We are not going to allow this, and that's why we are letting the world know that this has to stop. And Tony Blair, you have your children here, you have your family here, and not what you are doing in Biafra land, the crime you're committing in Biafra land is not even being allowed here in UK. Please stay in your country and leave us alone. You people have killed us enough. And we're saying enough is enough in this time. If you continue to meddle into the affairs of our life back home, we are going to expose you and your criminality, which even the world know that you are a criminal. You are a war criminal already. And we are warning you now to stay away from our land. You can have anything to do with the Fulanis, do it with them, but stay away from our land. And do not condemn or, put our life in danger because of your selfish interests. You are an old man now. Tony Blair, you are an old man now. You have enjoyed life. You have gotten everything you need in this life. Stop killing our youth. British, stop killing our youth. Please, you have youth here. And stop killing our own youth. We are human beings. And we have right to live. We have right to life. We have right to self-determination. You just walked away from European Union. Nobody was killed. Nobody was killed. No Scottish was killed. No British was killed. And look at our own now. Look at blood. The life of young youth being cut down every day because we are asking for the same thing you just walked away from just a few years ago. And our people, please, remain loyal. There's no sit at home. Where we have gotten now, where this struggle have gotten now, was not achieved by the only single sit at home. Was not achieved by the only single sit at home. We have achieved it through different methods. And we are telling you, please, adhere to the instruction of IPOB leadership led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have passed a message, and we must respect that, because what they are trying to do is to remove the command that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have over this IPOB family, and then they will go after him. Because once they compromise it, they will now tell him and tell people, look at now, you have lost control. You are no longer the one in charge of IPOB, and you are no longer the one in charge of Biafra land. And look at what is happening now. And then somebody else is in charge, so they are no longer listening to you. And then they will begin to molest him once again. And this thing, we are not going to allow it to happen. Our leaders' instruction and directive must be adhered to the letter. And thank you very much for listening to us this night. And it's always a pleasure to have all of you. And we'll be coming here from time to time to also to reassure you, to let you know what is going on and where we are. Thank you very much. And good night from here, from the Republic of Ireland. I remain Mazi Zayoba. Good night. Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan, and the Deputy Head of Directorate.
Yes. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mazi Zayoba, of course, our very, very capable and able Deputy European Rep. Thank you very much for that account and that very rendition. Let me, on this same episode, by way of extension, come up with something that was also in my mind. That is the fact that in this very defining moment, I just, thought about it, that Ohaneze should please try to redefine what their job is, because anybody who is interested in our people, in every truth and honesty, should come up and do the needful. We know the role Ohaneze played in the past, very, very ugly one for that matter. But meanwhile, I am saying they should try to redefine what their role is, because they appear not to really have a proper agenda. I will appreciate if they could primarily encompass the unification of Igbo clan across the board. Igbo Biafrans, we are dubiously carved into different inorganic states like Benue, Kogi, Edo, and etc., etc. But because they likely constitute the minorities in such states, they have become obviously ever vulnerable. You can take up this project, Ohaneze, and help them acquire the sense of belonging necessary for the overall unity of Ndibo as a Biafran clan, Secondly, Ohaneze, go and persuade those who proscribed IPOB, because you know the role you play in that very thing. Go and persuade them to remove that very ugly crown that is set on the head of indigenous people of Biafra. The so-called proscription must be reversed. We want it reversed. Because if you don't want the ugly situation on the ground, that is what you need to do. You have the Fulani, combined, military, terrorists, ISWAP, Boko Haram put together, killing the same people you said they are fighting for their interest. Very much innocent people, 200% innocent people being mowed down and slaughtered. Because when they kill, they say these are proscribed people. We want you to go and repair your damage. We remember in clear reminiscence the very ugly role played by Ohaneze in that very process, and that is why it is very, very, very paramount that Ohaneze takes these steps very, very seriously. Like I said, fellow Biafrans do implore and encourage you, just like Mazi said, I do implore and encourage you also all to embark on unmitigated discipline. This is what we need now, discipline and focus. The enemies are going to come, just like our leader said before. And we need no success to tell us. They are going to continue to test our resolve, but nothing whatsoever can surmount this very IPOB. No matter which canopy under which they may operate, we shall overcome everybody, This you must all believe. We must stand tall and before our enemies. There are numerous Biafrans still illegally incarcerated. We assure them that as a family, we will continue to work hard for the release of these very folks. And no matter what that is going to take us, there are so many folks yet to be discharged. We have been able to free so many as possible simultaneously, but many are still at large. We understand that. We seek, of course, for further patience among the families to which these people belong to, till finally we get each person out of this very extrajudicial incarceration and back to their families. To some of our families who have squabbles, because in IPOB we're very big worldwide. Wherever you have families, there are always going to be misunderstanding. There are going to be squabbles and all that. But if that happens, please just follow the chain of command and get the matter resolved through your coordinators and so on and so forth. And where it doesn't go well, please do refer your problems, your cases to the CRC at ipob.org. crc@ipob.org, all in small letters. Make sure your matters are forwarded for a consideration. CRC will prove if such cases do have merits for resolutions or not, based on what the circumstances are all about. I think I have, of course, also a few names here. Those of them causing troubles in the Benin Republic. There are some people, folks who are involved in causing commotion. I would like to use this very opportunity to call them to order. Very, very important. Mazi Emmanuel Okereke Oba in Cotonou, you must take precaution right now. Mazi Daniel Nwokike Obum Neme Mazi Prosper Onyemechi Mazi Neme Mazi Sonny Anya Mazi Oji Ilanya, the self-acclaimed regional coordinator. You are not. The earlier you people pull back from this very, very you are constituting the better for you. I don't want to come up tomorrow and then you guys will have your names and called out as expelled. This is your final warning. We don't want to hear any of your malpractices, your shenanigans, and your misconducts anymore in our families in Cotonou or in Benin Republic at large. Discipline is key. If you cannot be disciplined, you will be chalked out and completely ejected. If you don't want that to happen, you must fall in line and behave yourself. You have your national coordinator. The national coordinator is the manager of every IPOB family country. The national coordinator, yes. He primarily does this business of IPOB on the ground, and where necessary, the continental rep steps in. The following names were mentioned in the past, but somehow there are some confusions that somehow they are not in tune of what on what was communicated, and that is the fact that Mazi Chief Samuel Onwude, who was then announced as the new state coordinator of Osun State family, is once again reaffirmed. Mazi Chief Samuel Onwude, Mazi Idaabara Ifechukwu David, as the new deputy coordinator of Osun State, you are once again being reaffirmed. Mazi Obioma Fabia Afumuzo or Afumuzo, as the new state coordinator of Kwara State to replace Mazi Chukuma Ijem. This is also to reaffirm the announcement that was made in the past. Mazi Uchenna Duru as the deputy state coordinator of Kwara State. Mazi Joel Johnson Ifeanyi Chukwu as the new Oyo state coordinator. He does take over from Mazi Anthony Ndubisi, the current state coordinator. Mazi Ndubisi will have something else to do. I will come to that later. Mazi Nze Christopher as the deputy coordinator of Oyo State is once again reaffirmed. Mazi Apostle just Brilliant, I don't know the name, I couldn't get it right. Apostle Josh Brilliant Chibomba Emmanuel Onyuku as the deputy West African representative. Once again, Apostle Chibomba Emmanuel Onyuku as the deputy West African representative. To Anthony Ndubisi, the current Oyo State who is now being replaced, his new duty or portfolio becomes the Office of the Southwest Region, Officer of the Southwest Region of the Zoo, in fact, Information Officer. You become the Information Officer as was mentioned, of the Southwest region. That is an announcement I have to that effect. Otherwise, Biafrans worldwide, I want to thank you for your listenership. I want to thank you for your tenacity. We are all in this together. We must continue to remain brothers keeper. It doesn't matter whether you're from Ibibio. It doesn't matter whether you're from Idoma. It doesn't matter whether you're from Igala. It doesn't matter whether you're from Edo. It doesn't matter if you are a Jaw. If you have pains, it pains me, it pains every Biafran. If you have a headache, it pains every Biafran. We all share the same headache. And that is why we must work together and ignore all fakelessness and shenanigans and charlatans. We must ignore them. Those of them who want to come up to kill, to sow seeds of discord, to destroy lives and properties. We say no to that. Against our enemies, we join together and stand together and fight together, so that at the end, we shall overcome. And that is why on this radio, Biafra is where we worship, and that Chukwuka Biama is indeed our God. And I will always ask you to always tune in onto Radio Biafra and let us worship together and preach together and understand together and learn together, above all, learn together, so that at the end we shall together overcome and rejoice in victory. Thank you so much, Mazi. I can't thank you enough for your time, for your professionality, for your endurance, for your perseverance, and you continue to do so. The posterity will be kind to you, Mazi, Jonathan. Continue to do what you're doing. All the media warriors, you are so wonderful, and you will continue to do what you're doing. Chukwu Abiyama will be by your side. We pray for our leader continuously. Do not relent. We will continue to pray for our leader. The same Chukwu Abiyama who asked him to come is going to see him through. Remain encouraged, and thank you so much, and good night from here. Ndewo.
Ndewo Mazi, our deputy HOD with Mazi. Isaiah Oba. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, thank you for listening on today's emergency broadcast. Biafra is our religion. There are many callers, and I apologize because I couldn't take all. You know it. Some people called many times, but unfortunately, one person have to speak at a time. Therefore, we continue without relenting. We don't even contemplate on going back because we have no back to go to. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our identity. Because before we had no identity, we were going on fake identity of Nigeria until we found out that Nigeria is not our identity. That is why we've gone back to our roots. That is Biafra. Thank you for listening. And from me, Mazi Jonathan, from here, it is simply good evening.